Yeah. My accident, I just had to wait a second. Somebody
Someone
behind
stopped and helped you.
Yeah. And the same thing, it was behind the person. The person
Mhm.
was at a red light. He just turned like this and it kind of was green light.
Oh my God.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the new confines. Believe it or not, this is what we were all used to, and it felt kind of strange to have to holler across the room. It may seem tight, but you'll get used to it. The only problem with this room, and it's not a problem yet, but it may be, is the noise factor. This is a slight removable wall. It doesn't block the noise, so if there's a hearing on the other side, it does get loud in these narrow rooms. But we should be good today.
Mr. Chair, are you concerned that we're going to be rowdy and create a ruckus?
Please control yourself for a moment, all right? Can we please have someone lead us in the pledge first?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Quick couple of housekeeping issues first. One is I wanted to make sure we acknowledge and thank the work of our vice chair in the last hearing that we were all together. I did watch the hearings on YouTube a couple of times, and I thought she did a tremendous job. So I appreciate your help, Madam Vice Chair. It won't be the last time that I bail and let our work go in capable hands. So thank you there. Secondly, as far as our work schedule on the exec session today, I think what we're, just so everyone is up to date with where it's going, we have received some last minute information on one of the bills. House Bill 1666, we received, and I think everyone has received by email an amendment to that bill. Rather than processing through the exec session, I think what would be best is if we put that exec session on that bill off until the 31st. It appears like we still have time to be able to get it in the calendar. So on the 31st, you will see that House Bill 1666 will be exec on that day. And there was no times listed, so we're just going to, I think we've lumped them all together at 1 o'clock. So I think it'll be in that batch somewhere along the line. I'm getting puzzled looks from a couple people, but we should be good for the 31st for 1666. Great. That means we have this morning 5 bills to exec. And then we have hearings this afternoon. And I've done it this way, but I'm not sure I'm going to continue to do it this way with the exec session in the morning and the hearings in the afternoon. I think, but I'm open to suggestions from the committee. I think it works better if we do the reverse. If we have the hearings in the morning and the exec session in the afternoon. It may not matter to anyone else. I did it this way this time because if you recall, there was some confusion over whether we would be having a hearing, a house session today. And I quickly put it in here thinking that people would have already had this day circled on their calendar, and so it would be a great opportunity for us to probably have full attendance of our committee. As it happens, it didn't work because we have 2 helpers today, 2 substitutes. Thank you very much for attending and for helping us with our work. Rep. Germana, is that how it's pronounced? And Rep. Priest. So thank you very much for helping us. but from now on, I'm going to try to do everything I can to do the reverse and have the exec session in the afternoon and hearings in the morning. We do want to try to get rid of, or not rid of, bad choice of words. We do want to try to do due diligence on all of our bills as quickly as we can. The speaker has already suggested that we plan to have at least 3 sessions in February. Hopefully, we're not going to have a session the last week of February, which is also school vacation week, which is always kind of nice. But I want people to understand that we have a record number of bills for the second year of the session, and the goal for me is to not have at crossover an inordinate number of bills that we have to go through. So the quicker we can get through our work here, the quicker we can handle those in February, and the quicker we don't have to worry about maybe meeting till 1 or 2 in the morning before crossover. So that's my goal. Anyone that has suggestions on how we can accomplish that more efficiently, I have 2 ears and I'm happy to listen. Great. With that, I think I will open the exec session on House Bill 1096 and recognize Representative Wall for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? House Bill 1096 says it's enabling the State House Visitor Center to sell state symbols that may have intellectual property rights.
I'd like to just have a motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion. You want that first? Thank you. I move ITL.
Rep Wall moves ITL. Is there a second? Second, I saw Representative Sellers' hand first. Second by Representative Sellers. Would the maker of the motion like to speak on her motion?
I'll speak very briefly, Mr. Chairman. We had testimony from the prime sponsor that he would prefer to have state songs available through the visitor center. We had testimony from the director of the visitor center, Virginia Drew, who said we had tried that once before and it wasn't highly successful at all. We have lots of merchandise at the state visitor center, which is constantly being purchased and all. And the perception at the State House is that if you buy something from the State House Visitor Center, it's sanctioned by the state. And that doesn't necessarily mean that if there's a state song that the state has approved of that. And I would like to hear from Representative McCarter because I think she has some really good thoughts on this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Wall. I'll offer Representative McCarter if you have comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Wall. I just think what happens when an artist or whomever would utilize the state symbol, which is trademarked, it gives a public perception of whatever it is being sanctioned by the state of New Hampshire. It could be a song, it could be a piece of artwork, it could be a flag, it could be, anything. If it portrays the state symbol, it gives a subliminal message to the general public that this is something the state of New Hampshire is supporting or encourages or what have you. And I just think that, that there's a lot of controversial stuff out there that where this could go. Could be certainly a lot of benign things, but I just really don't think that it's a necessary area for this that we need legislation for this. I would vote ITL on this as well.
Thank you, Rep. McCarter. Any other discussion? Representative Wall.
Thank you. The only thing I want to add to that, and I thank you very much, is that the state seal can only be applied to anything by the Secretary of State. So we have to be very careful with that so that we don't put the state seal on things that should not have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. We are voting for an ITL motion on House Bill 1096. Madam Clerk.
All right, thank you very much. Rep Sheehan,
Yes.
Rep Sellers,
Yes.
Rep Costable. Clerk votes yes. Rep Pearson,
Yes.
Rep McCarter,
Yes.
Rep Tierney,
Yes.
Rep Wall,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Richards. Do we not have her? Sorry. Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Montiel,
Yes.
Representative Payer,
Yes.
and Chair Hill.
Yes.
Not unanimous.
Vote being 15-0, the bill will be ITL'd. Rep Wall, I would appreciate the, well, actually, I think you've already told me that Rep McCarter will be writing the blurb. In that, good time for me to step in here, the good time for me to say there's a new requirement or a plea on my part that that committee reports, for me it's blurbs and it will always be blurbs. Committee reports will be due the day that we hold the exec session. Yes.
I'd like to move consent calendar on that.
Without objection, consent it is. Rep
Thank-
Wall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Also, a practice we've had for some of the members who aren't new here, it's always helpful if we have a Republican or Democrat, whoever, which party makes the motion. Because we so often agree when we come to terms on things, it's nice to have one party make the motion and the other party second it. It's just a nice way to present to the House that we get along. Thank you.
Well taken. Thank you for your, now we have a full house, which is beats three of a kind.
Who's that?
Thank you very much.
Consent.
That would be on consent. House Bill 1066, we're going to restructure for just a second and then we'll go on to House Bill 1309.
Who's doing the blurb?
Rep.
Nick-
McCarter.
Okay. I don't know where to put that, but I guess I'll just put here. Oh.
All right. We will open the executive session on House Bill 1309. Chair would recognize Rep. McCarter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass on 1309.
I second it.
Rep. McCarter moves ought to pass on House Bill 1309, seconded by Representative Wall. Representative McCarter, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, HB 1309, requires that the Secretary of State publish the location of all enrolled bills and resolutions on its public website. This will serve to facilitate more transparency with and streamline the process with regards to identifying where the bills are in the pipeline and the movement throughout the legislative process. As was testified to by the House Clerk, the creation of such an online portal will reduce wait times and increase accountability and also minimize staff resources when inquiries are posed relative to the status of pending legislation. So I would concur with the House Clerk's testimony that this ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good off the top of your head. Representative Wall, did you
Thank you
have
very
comments?
much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Yes, the chairman of this committee has to sign the bills just before they go to the governor's office. So again, if a bill comes through here, passes the House, goes to the Senate hearings, passes the Senate, where does it go? Nobody knows. And for months, a bill can be held up somewhere out there. And it's been really confusing, and especially when the chairman of this committee is called to sign bills. Where are the bills? And there'll often be a stack of them, but nobody knows where they've been in the meantime. And it's really awkward if someone's coming in for a public signing of a bill, they don't know when that can possibly happen because governor's office can't say where it is. Chairman of this committee can't say where it is. No one knows where it is. So this bill is going to help clarify things for the general public. It's going to make this process cleaner, simpler, more understandable for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wall. I want to be clear. She's not meaning the chairman of this committee has to sign off on these bills. I am serving on enrolled bills committee, but it doesn't come through this committee, is what I was being clear.
No, it doesn't, but as chairman, I had to go into the Secretary of State's office and sign. They always ask us, whoever chairs, to sign those bills, whether they're enrolled bills or not. When the final process is legislative administration's in there signing. At least that's what they did to me.
Thank you. I think you were special. At any rate, I will say quickly that the problem,
Yeah.
this is a solution to a problem that's been ongoing for years. That it's very difficult with so many parties involved. It's been very difficult for at any one moment in time to point the finger to the correct party that has the bill. And this will help the public, I'm certain, if to be able to know at least where the bill exists in the timeline, and make sure that maybe there'd be pressure put to bear to get them in a timely fashion signed and into law. So I think it's a wonderful idea. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you
We're
very-
voting on House Bill 1309.
So on 1309, the motion is ought to pass. Vice Chair Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Costabile. Yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative McCarter.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Wall.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Richards.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Montiel. Representative Payor.
Yes.
And what say you, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair says yes.
16 yay, 0 nay.
The vote being 16-0, House Bill 1309 will go to the floor, ought to pass. I'd entertain
I'll make a motion for consent.
a vote to consent, and without objection, seeing none, it will go consent. Next bill would be 1367. Can you, we'll hold for just a minute while we reset.
Sorry. Well, we need a report
Yeah.
for that. Who?
Yep. Rep. Carter,
Okay.
I think we already heard a preview of
Hmm.
the blurb.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Right, we're gonna open the executive session on House Bill
13.
1367. And the chair would recognize Representative McCarter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion inexpedient to legislate ITL.
Rep. McCarter moves ITL. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Nutting Wong. Representative McCarter, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 1367 was a bill presented to grant immunity to people testifying in public hearing for things that may otherwise incriminate them in some sort of a criminal activity, I would guess. However, questions are still out there that weren't answered as to whether or not legislators have the authority to grant such immunity, and I think those questions are still out there. And for that reason, I think this is at this time inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Representative McCarter. I forget, Representative Nutting Wong, you seconded. Would you like to?
Sure.
Speak.
I think that I think it's really well intentioned, but the bill itself just isn't ready, or doesn't have like quite the right wording for it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I will just say one briefly that there are a number of unanswered questions with this. The biggest one for me is I'm not sure who would look at any type of get out of jail free card from the chair or any other member of a legislative committee as being anything that they could use aside from in monopoly with any court in the land. I'm not sure how that would work. So with that, I agree with the ITL motion. With that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 1367.
All right, so for House Bill 1367, the motion is ITL. Vice Chair Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Costabile, Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative McCarter,
Yes.
Representative Tierney,
Yes.
Representative Wall,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Richards,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Montiel,
Yes.
Representative Payer,
Yes.
and how does the chair vote?
The chair would agree and vote yes.
Okay, 16 yea, 0 nay.
Vote being 16-0. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, bill will be on consent.
And the report will be written by,
Representative McCarter,
going to be busy.
she can have help.
Okay.
With that, we're going to move on to 1434. Just a minute while we reconfigure. Okay, we're back. We're on House Bill 1434 relative to the Honor and Remember flag. The chair would recognize Representative Tierney for a motion.
Motion to ITL the bill.
Representative Tierney moves ITL on House Bill 1434. Is there a second? I actually saw Representative Nutting Wong with her hand heading for the, so I would recognize Nutting Wong for concurrence. Would Representative Tierney like to speak to his motion?
Even though the bill is well intentioned, none of the veterans and organizations anywhere have backed this motion. this flag. In addition to that, it opens a Pandora's box if we approve one flag to be hung over the State House, then everybody else can come in and say, you did it for this one, why can't we have the same thing? And we will have flags from everything under the sun trying to be flown over the State House. And that's the reason for the ITL motion.
Thank you, Representative Tierney. Is there any further discussion? Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is a very sensitive issue, obviously. All of us have had a family member and friends who've been in military and recognize the importance of recognizing them even after they've passed. We heard testimony that even with this bill, the American flag would always drape the casket of those who have passed or been beside the urn or whatever that holds the ashes of someone who's passed. But there is a concern that this was a commercial enterprise to begin with. It started by one person who formed a company. It is a beautiful flag, but there's nothing to say we can't at our homes or even in our communities fly the flags we want. But to say that the state has to do it on certain days for certain occasions, following up on Representative Attorney's testimony, is inappropriate at this time. I did research on this. This bill has been before us 5 other times and has failed for all the same reasons that we've heard in terms of the fact that it is a commercial effort, even though it's a beautiful flag, that it's up to an individual or family or whatever to do what they want with it, but to say the state has to fly it at certain times over the State House is not going to work. So I thank you very much. And by the way, it does fly at the Veterans Cemetery, and that is totally appropriate for it. We recognize that and honor that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wall. Further discussion? So I would just like to say, I too feel the sensitivity of the issue. We all have feelings and for anyone that has lost a service member. This is a commercial operation. You can go on their website at this point in time and order one of these flags if it would provide your family comfort. Some of them actually come, I believe, personalized for the service member directly. We did have testimony from the Veterans Cemetery, and that flag is being flown there. The question was also asked about whether it was part of the National Flag Code, and my understanding and research is that it's been attempted since 2010 federally to have it adopted, and has died on the table. They have a different system than we do. But it doesn't seem that nationally it has the support in order to be part of the flag code in the same way that our current U.S. flag, the POW/MIA flag, is part of that federal system and our system. And we do have a problem beyond the philosophical problem. We have a physical problem. The flagpoles that we have on the State House have difficulty with just the U.S. flag and the POW/MIA flag on days of half-mast. It's very close for the POW flag to be actually not touching the roof of the State House. So somewhere along the line, something has to happen with that circumstance. But it would be very difficult, and there was nothing in the legislation that I saw that addressed what happens on those days when this flag was supposed to be flown that happened to be a half-mast day. We were left to try to leave it up to whoever is posting the flags, I guess. I have no idea. But at any rate, I am lamenting somewhat that we weren't able to do something, I would recommend, I guess, to the prime sponsor to look at the language of the bill and perhaps resubmit. But I'm not sure, given our limitations and the fact that it's not been recognized by military flag code at this point, that I think it faces an uphill battle. So with that being said, no other conversation that I can see. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for ITL on House Bill 1434.
Okay, on 1434, the motion is ITL. Vice Chair Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Costable. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative McCarter.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Wall.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Richards.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Montiel.
Yes.
Representative Payer.
Yes.
And Representative Hill.
Chair votes yes.
Okay, we have 16 again. 0.
Vote is 16-0 for ITL. Seeing no contradiction to consent, is there any objection? Seeing none, bill will be on consent. And we'll take a few minutes here to reset for House Bill 1495.
Oh, I'm making that motion. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, cool.
All right, we'll be opening the exec session on House Bill 1495, making provisions for the perspective of all legislative acts on a sliding scale based on the vote count when passed by the House of Representatives. I tend to call this the automatic repeal bill. So I would recognize our clerk, Hobson, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move this motion, HB 1495 ITL.
Rep. Hobson moves ITL on 1495. Is there a second?
I second.
Right. Representative Nutting Wong made me laugh.
Did you see that? Did you see her?
Representative Nutting Wong seconds the motion of ITL. Representative Hobson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I completely understand and agree with the intention of this measure to minimize the number of duplicative and ineffective laws on the books. And this motion, we heard testimony that it would ignore the other body, as we are a bicameral body. And unless a constitutional amendment changes that, there's no fiscal note, which we know this measure would require quite a bit of work. We also feel that any legislator can add a sunset provision to their legislation going forward. So for this reason, we are asking for support for an ITL motion. Sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. Thank you very much. Representative Hobson moves ITL. Representative Nutting Wong, do you want to speak to your second?
The clerk put it very well. I agree.
Thank you very much for that. Any further discussion? Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I'll add to it is we had strong testimony from the House Clerk that this would require further employment of staff. There is no fiscal note, as you've heard on this, and there should be, there must be, if we're going to be spending money. There's a question of constitutionality on this. It's just problematic all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wall. Any further discussion? I would just say there was a discussion during testimony that the idea was to reduce down the number of bills with this. And I fail to understand that point of view. I would see this as adding to the number of bills that we would have in a given year. I also am concerned that there would be opportunity for lapses in very important laws that wouldn't be passed or wouldn't be on the books at the time that they would be automatically repealed prior to them being reinstated. There was nothing in the legislation that, for instance, exempted criminal justice legislation. So, you can envision a circumstance where a very serious crime couldn't be charged because there was nothing on the books at the time because it had been automatically repealed and hadn't been reinstated as yet. So while it's an interesting idea, and I don't ever want to squelch the possibility of interesting ideas coming down the pike, but this one needed some serious work, much more so than anything that the committee would be capable with time and duty to actually accomplish. Yes, Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I simply want to clarify for some members who weren't here for testimony and back up what you've said, the fact that the additional staff would be a dedicated person just to follow every single bill that ever gets passed into law. And that means that person would have to follow each bill until the 5th year comes when that bill then becomes null and void. It's almost an impossible task. And there are bills that really should continue, laws that should continue forever. Does that mean we would have to, every 5 years, resubmit a bill for a law that works? It just is a complicated problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wall. I neglected to bring up the second part of the bill, which was the petition approach of requiring 100 signatures on I don't think they use the word petition, but I will, on the petition to create any existing bill would come up with 100 signatures, would have to be rediscussed and redebated and revoted. I'm not sure the need for that, because it would seem to me, and all of us in this room have been witnessed or been approached by a single member of the public who have asked us to file legislation to repeal any number of laws, and that's done with just one person asking us to do it. So I'm not sure what the value is to having 100 people do it, or what would be accomplished by having 100 people asked to be repealing a bill. So with that, if there is no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 1495, and the motion again is ITL.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Sheehan.
Yes.
Rep. Sellers.
Yes.
Rep. Costable. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Rep. McCarter.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Wall.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Richards.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Germano.
Yes.
Representative Montiel.
Yes.
Representative Payer.
Yes.
And how does the chair vote?
The chair votes yes.
Okay. 16 yea, 0 nay.
with the vote 16-0, I would ask unanimous consent on consent calendar. Any problems with that? Seeing none. House Bill 1495 will go on the consent calendar. ITL and Rep. Hobson will write the blurb. With that, I think we're done the exec session because, as I said, House Bill 1666, we are moving to the afternoon exec session on January 31st. I want to make sure that everyone received the amendment that has been offered on House Bill 1666. Is that correct?
I asked for print copies and I don't know if they're coming.
Hold the phone. I might have it.
263.
It even has holes for 3-ring binder. I'm going to keep one and go the other way. Yeah, this is an amendment that came up from testimony, so I don't want to go any further into that than that, but I would like you to consider it, and I would like to be able to talk about it when we get to exec session in whatever it is, 2 weeks, a week,
Next week.
131. So with that, I'm closing the exec session, and we are going to have a nice long lunch. It looks like we have almost 2 hours before we will begin hearings starting at 1 o'clock. So with that, we're done. Okay. So the time being a little bit after 1 o'clock, and this being legislative administration, and recognizing the prime sponsor for House Bill 1363 is in the room, we will open the hearing on House Bill 1363 FN relative to allowing members of the General Court to participate in the Department of Health and Human Services Employee Assistance Program and not recognize this prime sponsor. Prime sponsor,
Nutter Upham.
I have listed here, prime sponsor, Representative Smith.
On Bill 1000, which was at 1 o'clock.
Well, this says 1363 at 1 o'clock.
What does that say? What does this one say?
Well, I don't
Yeah,
care.
she
This
wrote
is-
the wrong bill. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can I change your,
What are you,
Marjorie Smith, you wrote 1363.
I didn't write that, somebody else must have put the number on.
Okay.
I'm very
You saw
sorry.
1,000. So, Nutter Upham is prime sponsor of
and do I have a
1363.
a prime sponsor? Do you have a pink card?
I
for-
didn't realize I needed to fill one out
Oh,
as the prime sponsor, but I'll be happy to do that after my testimony.
please.
I-
We
I-
don't do anything without a pink card. around
Would you like me to do it now? Is
No.
that what you're saying?
I would like to
Because
hear.
I could comply.
I would hopefully ask you to introduce yourself and introduce your bill.
Thank
House
you.
Bill 1000.
All right.
Welcome to legislative administration.
It's my first time. It's very exciting. Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much. So I am Frances Nutter Upham, Hillsborough 8, Nashua. I'm a psychotherapist, mostly retired, but I do some gig work on weekends, workshops, and other things. So this is my 6th year as a legislator. And as legislators, you know, are we employees or are we not employees? It's kind of a gray area. You know, we're allowed to buy insurance if we need it. I buy our dental plan, you know, and the rest of my stuff is Medicare because I'm older. But over the years, my six years in the legislature, I have been concerned about some of my colleagues in the legislature. Someone who's had a recent bereavement, someone who has a child suffering from drug addiction, someone whose spouse has a gambling addiction, and you know, all those kinds of things. And I have occasionally approached a fellow legislator and say, you know, have you got somebody to talk to? Do you have a therapist? You know, and then there was an incident I won't go into about a person, and I asked them, I said, do you have insurance? Like, can you afford to pay a counselor if you needed one? And clearly I thought they needed one. And she goes, well, yes, I do. But in the employee assistance program, which many employers offer, is a wonderful referral program. So any of those previous problems that I listed, they can hook you up with someone right away. And I made use at one of my previous jobs, more paid than this one. I was having an issue I kind of wanted to hash out with someone, not a family member. So I made use of, they connected me with a counselor, and I was approved for 5 sessions. So, and Mr. Lawless in the back, he runs the program, so he'll explain a little bit more if you have more detailed questions. So right now, if you were to try and get an appointment with a counselor, you could be waiting months. I hope you've heard those stories, or longer. But employee assistance programs has professionals in many of these professions sort of waiting for a referral, like they get top priority. So it was like 7 years ago that I made use of it. And, you know, within a week, I got to see somebody and I got to work out my issue. And so I just think the stressors that we go through I mean, the public goes through it too, but in the 6 years that I've been here, sometimes people get death threats from constituents or non-constituents. We go through some heavy stuff. We hear heartbreaking testimony, and I just think for the amount of sacrifice that we make as legislators to be here, that this would be a very nice perk to offer ourselves and our senators. The cost, the last page gives a little bit of a financial analysis, and it's pretty cheap. So, and Attorney Williams will speak a little bit of the mechanics of that. But it would be somewhere in like $40 a year per person. And the agency has assured me that they have the capacity to handle our 400 legislators and our 24 senators. I have, Mr. Lawless brought them today, employee assistance programs, some pamphlets. If you'd like to look them over later, I'll leave them here on the table, and some larger pamphlets that explain. So I think this is needed, that we feel that our legislators ourselves are getting the support that we need, and that we have easy access to help when we need it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You are willing to take questions in light of the fact that we have experts here.
Well, yes, or
Sure.
I,
So why don't we
if
see-
I can't answer it, then I'll call them up. So
Actually, I think I'll call them up.
Thank
so,
you.
So let's
I'm
let's see how
sorry.
this goes.
I didn't mean to overstep.
No.
So that's my presentation. I think that the nitty gritty, the two gentlemen coming up will explain better.
Great.
So I
let's see
certainly
if,
hope you'll consider this bill.
let's see if there are questions first. Are there any questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, you're off the hook.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like that pink card, however. And I don't, am I wrong? I don't see any others.
I don't know what these are.
Do we have pink cards? Are you willing to share them with us?
Respectfully, they should be at the table.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
So I see one, actually, it looks like a dual. Is this a dual presentation? Oh, boy. From Michael Lawless and John Williams, asking for 5 minutes. Both support the bill from DHHS.
And Chairman Hill and members of the Legislative Administration Committee, my name is John Williams. I'm the director of the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services Legislative Affairs. And with me today, joining me in support of this very important legislation, HB 1363, is
I'm Michael Lawless. I'm the director of the Employee Assistance Program.
And for judicial, or I should say legislative economy, that's why we're appearing here to be able to present to you on this bill in support of it. The department was engaged by Representative Nutter Upham on this bill, also with the co-sponsor who's in the audience also right now, Representative Joe Shapiro, but I'll also note that we have Representative Pearson, not necessarily the Pearson that's on this committee, but the senior Mark Pearson, who's also a co-sponsor in this legislation. My involvement with this bill happened early in the autumn of this year when our agency received the confidential request from the Legislative Budget Assistance Office to conduct a financial review of this very important bill. That allowed me to match up with our wonderful program folks here, our director for the Employee Assistance Program, to get a handle on what this program would do from a financial perspective. I know this is a policy committee, but at some point, and because I have the former House chair behind me over here, this likely, if it does pass your committee, will certainly work very collaboratively with either Division 3, which is the Department of Health and Human Services Division, and whatever respective division works on legislative matters or legislative financial matters. So in working through this, the department contracts out with several, if not all, of the state agencies, looking at Mr. Lawless to confirm that. And as part of that arrangement, we enter into a contract, and that contract with those agencies to provide these services, which he will be explaining to you, these very critical, helpful services to support our state employees, that we contract with each separate state agency, and we give them the exact parity, in other words, the exact dollar amount per person within that particular agency that we'd be potentially providing services to. So what's reflected in the fiscal analysis that the Legislative Budget Assistance has done as part of this bill, and also what was mentioned by the bill sponsor in the introduction, that we're looking at around $40 plus per person for entering into that contract. As you'll see from the financial analysis, that the legislative financial managers also were contacted by the LBA and conducted their analysis, and it represented in here that they feel they can absorb, or at least it's stated that this can be absorbed in their budget for purposes of making this happen. I would represent to you, not at this realm, but at the next realm before the Finance Committee, that we just want to make sure that our financial folks and our agency are communicating with your financial folks, because if this is a good idea and you agree that it's a good idea and it's not a lot of money that we're talking about and the legislature seems to have that money, we just have to make sure, because this is an interdepartmental transfer, that our financial people are talking to each other to make sure the language in this bill is absolutely 100% either no barriers or at least commensurate with what they need for transferring the language. And I just raised that so that you're not surprised if you see any further amendments as this bill moves along. So as far as any questions regarding like the fiscal piece of this, I'm going to turn it over to what really is important, which is the policy side of the conversation. And so with the keeping within less than 5 minutes, which is our goal, and I think we're about 3 minutes right now, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wallace.
Thank you. I'm hoping I have the same kind of sense of time management, because I'm really passionate about EAP, and I really appreciative for this audience to speak a little bit about the program. There's so much to say. You know, I'm somebody who I'm really invested in the idea of people having access to resources and supports and challenging stigma and finding a way to navigate the challenges that can show up for any one of us in our journey. You know, that's one of the things that we try to impress upon folks in whatever audience we're in, is that we're people too, right? Regardless of the station you hold, you have family members who may be dealing with things, you yourself may be dealing with things. You know, we see state employees can be struggling with housing insecurity, food insecurity, anything that any other citizen of the state may be accessing resources around can directly impact any one of us or our family members. So to that point, you know, we serve all state agencies, all state employees, from entry-level positions up to the commissioner level. And it's a confidential program. We've been granted confidentiality at the level of attorney-client. So truly what's said with us stays with us. We're also available to state employees, members of their household, family members. The family member gets the same kind of confidentiality that the state employee would as well. You know, based on language in the administrative rules, employees are allotted 3 hours per year to access the agency should they choose to. We're a voluntary program. We're also not kind of monitoring sometimes people will come for one meeting or a phone session or a remote kind of connection. Sometimes it goes beyond 3 sessions. We're not communicating back to their supervisors, their HR, anyone. Really, what's said with us stays with us unless a release is signed so that some communication can occur by the employee themselves. We also travel and meet folks out in the community if that's a place that they would prefer to meet. Our main office location is here in Concord, but we want folks, regardless of where they are in the state, to have the same access to us that anybody here in Concord would have access to us. And so, you know, these brochures really start to paint the picture of direct services that we may be able to kind of provide folks a resource around. The program has been in effect since 1985. It started as a pilot program and has grown considerably through the years. And I think that's based on the fact that we have a great reputation around confidentiality, but also our partnerships in the community to make sure that if somebody has a need or needs some support around an area, it's our job to help them connect with that resource. And we take that seriously. You know, this is not a place where you're making cold calls to try to find a clinician. If that's what you need, that's what your family member needs. We're bridging that gap. I'm not going to give a number and a name to anybody unless I would go to that person myself or feel comfortable with my family member going to. So we know about the person we refer you to, or family. We've had a relationship or an outreach call, contact with them. We know they accept the insurance that you have, and we know that they have availability in their schedule to bridge that gap. And really the range of services we offer, while this is an individual
pamphlet about individual services. This is more like a supervisor's kind of guide. But I think that's an important piece to the equation too, because the service delivery system that we offer is very robust. So if anybody is familiar with EAPs, some EAPs you might call a 1-800 number or a number and talk to somebody 2 states over. We're citizens of the state. We're, employees of the state. We live in the same neighborhoods that folks may be accessing resources. And so we have that personal touch, right? So it's not just the face-to-face and a referral system, a cold kind of referral system. We cover the full range of any issue that an employee might be bringing into the workspace. Anything a supervisor, commissioner, family member, anything that anybody might be dealing with. Our job is to be present, be available, and try to find them the support and resources that they might need to deal with that challenge. Beyond the individual services piece that we offer, we do trainings, we do orientations, mediation if 2 folks are having a hard time kind of meeting in the middle. The range of services that we offer, whether it's critical incident stress management, debriefings, there's really a lot to say, right? I could really kind of do a deep dive on any of these areas because I'm passionate about the program and we do amazing work. So I want to open it up if that's okay and see if anybody.
Yeah, and just to very clearly state, they really came through during the tragedy that we had at New Hampshire Hospital, providing support to our staff, whether it was from a behavioral health standpoint, because this is what they do. If you have a gaming addiction or substance use issue, co-occurring disorders, they can help you very much how to deal with this. And that's why the confidentiality provision is out there. It's very much similar if you're going to a doctor's office to talk to them, to protect that information and keep it confidential so you can get those needed services, because everybody at some point in time does need to have something addressed in life that happens to them. So I just wanted to make it really clear when we're talking to services, it's a whole gamut from everything you can imagine that people need help with, including those of us who work for the department, and respectfully, all of the wonderful people that I get to work with at the legislature as well could avail themselves of these services. And with that,
I would just say when we think about a range, right, it could be anything from I'm having difficulty with a conversation with a colleague, and they're not receptive to anything around needing direct services, and I've had the honor, I never have the right words, but multiple times in my career to talk with somebody who said I've been diagnosed with a terminal illness. I want to make sure my family members are able to access the resources that are available to them through my position. So we cover the full range.
and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. They have agreed to take questions. Rep. Constable, question number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It was sort of stated by the sponsor that there's a gray area in terms of whether we're employees or not, but I don't see it that way. We are not state employees. So what is the mechanism here that we're going to allow non-state employees participate in a state program?
It's a very good question, and at least no one has identified any legal barriers as to the fact that a member of the legislature couldn't avail themselves of services. I think the key here is the resources needed by our agency to be able to provide them to this. With the same question, and I think it is a very fair question, Representative Constable, that let's say that the judicial branch decided that they would like to also avail. It would be a very similar process, and I'm not aware of any legal barriers, and certainly you can check in with your legal counsel for the House just to double up on that to making sure that there isn't something that we're not aware of, but I'm not aware of any barriers for providing these services. In fact, we were approached at the political subdivision level. I would agree that we're talking still executive branch in nature, but talking about either the county or municipal level. So for example, state police can avail themselves and do avail themselves of the Employee Assistance Program. And it became so well known that it was so helpful, particularly for those who are stressful jobs, such as our law enforcement officers, that local law enforcement agencies also wanted to avail themselves. So we had outreach from local law enforcement to provide those services as well. So it has been discussed before, opening it up to others.
Anyone else? Rep. Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you say something about 3 hours. What happens if the time goes over 3 hours? Who ends up paying or what goes on there?
Yes, I appreciate the question. the way that we handle that, my philosophy on that, and one that was inherited, I'm in the director role here since October of 22. Our previous director had been in since 1985, really. So the culture is established, and to that point, where our role is not to report back to supervisors or HR. Really, that's kind of negotiated by the employee if that's something that they have to address in their kind of employment role. The same thing is, that really is something that we look at internally to be sure that those can be difficult conversations sometimes, depending on kind of how the rapport is developed and a sense of safety and things like that. And so that's all considered. And to me, it would never be just because somebody hit 3 sessions that we are now kind of done, right? It's always a conversation around how can this be helpful? Is this supportive? Those are conversations we're considering in the EAP role. Is there another resource externally that might be more appropriate? But we're always going to err to the side of being supportive, being present, and negotiating those situations on an individual level.
And this is one of those rare occasions that actually the knowledgeable subject matter expert said it in more words than the attorney would. I think the answer that I heard to the question was that if you exceed the 3 hours, that we would not be seeking further money from that individual. And that's I think a clear answer to your question. And I'm sorry, and I can't answer that. You can.
That's great. No, there's never a cost to individuals accessing services.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a couple. So my first question is, I'm assuming this is adding in 14A:7. 14A:6 talks about the group participation and group insurance participation for members of the general court. And the very first line says at their own expense. In this case, we are making it the expense of the people of New Hampshire that are going to pay for our insurance coverage in this product. Why would it not make more sense for individual members to participate in the program if they choose to?
Are you prepared to answer that question? Because it's not our model currently. That's
Not that would be my only thought there.
okay. Yeah. So one of us will answer. Why don't you take it away?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this fully addresses that question, other than this is the model that we kind of offer to other agencies. And so this cost allocation formula is something that all other agencies agree to for services.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. With respect, we are not other agencies. We're a little bit different. I think, as Rep. Constable pointed out, we're not hired. We're elected, which is a little different than your state police example. We also have a section in this section of group insurance that mentions, and I'll quote it, participation in the state employees group insurance plan by a member of the general court shall not be considered by any judicial, administrative, executive, or other body as evidence that a member of the general court is an employee of the state. That language is missing from this, and I'm wondering why that is.
And Representative Hill, thank you very much for that question. Although we are here in support of this bill, and certainly if it's funded, we would be open to the configuration that's purported in this bill. I do think that that's a great question to take back to either the attorneys at the Office of Legislative Services who drafted this up at the request of, we did not draft this legislation or placement, and I don't want to fault the people either, but we're just not in a position, I think, answering the question, because I think you do raise a great question in terms of where it's laid out in the same RSA chapter 14A. How does it play in with other related sections that define or rather preclude a legislator as being trying to come up with the right word, as an employee. And so if there's an inconsistency within that chapter, it really does need to be reconciled in this bill as well. And I'd suggest, given that your timelines for having, and I know they're coming up soon on the 15th for bills going to a second committee, but that's a great question that should be resolved. And I don't think we're in the best position to answering that question for you, but you raise a really good point, sir.
Fair enough. I'll go to a different question. we've talked, we've talked about the fact that there are, or you mentioned the fact that this is basically a 3-hour service, right? Is that there's 3 sessions that are available? I'm assuming that those 3 hours would have to be done within the time frame of our 2-year service?
So generally, the way that has been offered is, 3 hours within the fiscal year, beginning whenever the person initially accesses us. But I can tell you that because of the role that we're in and the nature of the work, there are some times where meeting with somebody 3 times doesn't fully offer the service that they might feel they need or might benefit from. And so, it doesn't shut off at the end of the fiscal year. It's not monitored in that way. We certainly look at that. We kind of take that into consideration when we're working with somebody, but that it would never be the end of services because somebody met that 3-hour number.
Can I ask a follow-up
Sure, Beth.
to this line? Thank you.
Representative Richards.
Thank you. Chair. Just in the same instance, are there times when you also have individuals that you've been able to help in less than 3 discussion, and so it's not, 3's not always the number?
Yes.
Maybe one conversation that bridges and provides the assistance.
Absolutely.
Speaking from personal experience of a
I really
EAP.
appreciate you bringing that in that way. Yeah, so, it's voluntary, right? And so we want to just be present and supportive, and we're kind of assessing. Somebody may call and they have an initial description of areas that they're struggling with, or they want to look for a resource in. Part of what we're doing is trying to understand the complexity of the situation, but at the same time, sometimes people just need a place to have a conversation with somebody outside of their family or somebody outside of their work group, right? And so that could be a 15-minute conversation. We would never shut that down, but if they felt like they got what they needed there, then that's it.
Follow up.
Quick follow-up is a lot of that too is also a reference to resources in terms of EAP. My understanding is that is such a large component of the work. This is not individual therapy. This is such a reference resource
Absolutely.
program.
Sometimes depending on the nature of what the request is, we may be bridging the gap towards that service. But, it really does kind of cover the full ground in terms of what resources we may be providing. I mean, we have continued to bring in new programming, around preventative kind of approaches, employee wellness, mental health and wellness, so that we are not kind of seen only as a crisis kind of agency, access for a crisis, when somebody's kind of at the point where they've accessed all their resources or aren't sure where to go. But certainly, while we're not telling people what to do, we see our role as trying to help people figure out what their menu of options are around whatever their concern might be.
And Chairman Hill, just to get back to you on your earlier question about reconciliation with the other sections in there, one of the things you may want to consider, because it does strike one, that the program itself is called Employee Assistance Program. I'm not here to suggest we change that name because it's been in existence a long time, but I do think that if you are going to consider the valuable services, forget about the cover of what the program's name is, but the types of referrals that you could get to support the legislature for all the life issues that may have to happen to them, I think at a minimum, you may want to consider putting in a sentence that says nothing in this section, the new section A7 shall be construed that a legislator is an employee. I mean, something to that to making it crystal clear, because you raise a really good point, I think, in terms of the confusion that's caused by the name of the program. Your functions clearly are as legislators and not as employees, and having that distinction made within that section would be particularly helpful.
Thank you. Last question, I think, for you. I noticed in the brochure that I read, or it may have been online, that, and you've mentioned it a couple of times, that the service it goes beyond the state employee, but to the family member, and I think in some cases it may even go beyond that. This program was not designed that way or written that way. This was designed strictly for the legislator. Am I accurate in that? And then why would this this only talks to the legislator, not the extended family or anyone else. Is that by design?
So I'm not aware of the either the information brochure that you're referring to, but I'm taking it totally at face value that it's some confusion there as well. My understanding from just listening, but also working with Mr. Lawless over the past few months over this legislation, is that the same mechanics in terms of who those services would be provided to, whether other family members would apply also to the legislature. So I'm going to turn it back to him, but I think I came close maybe to clarifying that it wouldn't just be limited to the individual legislator, but would be extended just as it would with state employees to the family members as well. But now I'm answering, and I shouldn't because he knows the answer, and I'm just guessing at it.
I think you did great. Yes, so I believe the language says members of your household, but again, I would just put it out there that we're not kind of grilling people about that. If they call in, who's your family is who's your family. And if somebody reaches out in that context, then the resource would be available. So absolutely, in my mind, it was always intended, this language, this attempt to partner and offer a resource would apply in the same way. Members of your household, family members could access resources the same way anybody else would be able to who already accesses us.
And I think it goes back, and not that we want to have so much legislative wordsmithing here today, but I do think if you want to make it clear in your legislation that it applies to family members of the general court as well, because it wouldn't just be representatives, obviously the body across the street as well, and sometimes they have cohabitate with you here, the Senate. You may want to have that clarification in the legislation as well.
Thank you. I think it goes, if I'm hearing you correctly, it goes beyond even family members. It's those that live in your household.
Again, I think that our role is members of your household is, that is your family is who your family is. And so if you look at members of your household as family, or that's how it's kind of pursued, then we would not say, there'd be no barrier to accessing our services.
How many people do you have that can, well, that was the first question as I read this.
Yeah.
How can you possibly, I think someone had mentioned to us that there was not going to be additional staff. I think it's in the fiscal note, not additional staff needed, but yet you're able to absorb not just 425 additional potential people, but now the household members and family members, it could be in the thousands. So how many people are you actually able to provide services for?
That's a great question. We have 7 staff members altogether, right? And we also
7 busy staff
Yeah,
members.
we're all busy for sure. We are also in the process of procuring a data management system, which that will help us kind of see the trends that are emerging and to streamline our process. Part of our response to that question is that we have partnerships in the community, places that we can refer resources already developed that are easy to kind of share in those moments. And we exceed national averages around, it's never 100% access from a particular department, right? And so, while we exceed national percentages around service delivery, our data management system is going to give us a better handle on truly how many people have access to us percentage-wise in these different areas. And, as far as I'm concerned with the program, creating a merging program and meeting the needs that are there, we have the capacity, and if that's something that, as we think about our service delivery model, as we move forward from all departments, and if it gets to a point where that's not true, then we'll explore that when we get there. But for now, we have the ability to do that.
And Representative Hill, even though New Hampshire is honored with having, at least to my knowledge, within the United States, the largest legislature per population, that if you think about it in perspective, and I agree with you that proportionally we can't get the exact number because we do know 424 is the fixed number for you folks, but it's not necessarily a fixed number. We can certainly project what those may be for household members. But when you put that in comparison with, I think, and I'm going to look to Michael because I know it's at least around 10,000 state employees, it is a smaller percentage of the service population that they're already serving. But it's a very thoughtful question on your part in terms of what impact that would have. But I think proportionally, we're already serving a very significant population currently. So hopefully that's a helpful perspective.
Thank you. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. What is the difference between the employee assistance program that would it obviously has a fiscal note attached to us, and the free 211 service that is available, that I've already used, and it was very helpful.
Oh, that's great. That's a great question. I'm glad to hear.
Can we please make sure this YouTube channel video, we can place that, because that's really great feedback around the 211 services that we have in terms of getting people getting access to services here through, it's called Service Link is the other name for the 211. So thank you for that commentary.
The
That's,
YouTube channel is taken care of. We got that.
Yeah, so what I would say there is that there are a number of resources available to folks already, and so sometimes we may be simply connecting them with resources like that, depending on what the ask is. But generally, even if there's a service that might be offered through, say, 211, for instance, financial concerns, right? You could call 211 and they would probably point you towards your town and maybe even some financial resources available there. We've worked with, referred people to Green Path debt management programs, debt consolidation programs. The federal credit unions often have great resources internally. And so what I would say is we have a knowledge base around resources in particular areas that may go deeper than other resources, and they can be complementary to those resources. The other piece that I would say is even those standalone resources that are kind of being mentioned, they may not have as a robust kind of menu of resources that we would be helping folks connect with.
So I lied. My last question is going to be channeling our former colleague, Representative Neil Kirk. Where is the language in this section that deals with the security of the information of the participant, those that go to seek your services?
and being that I saw the honorable one just yesterday testifying in bills, we are always very conscientious of protecting individual personal information. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Lawless how we currently not only maintain confidentiality from a statutory perspective, meaning the information he has is protected under what he used attorney-client. I would also say pretty much similar to standards that we would see in terms of clinicians, doctors, and HIPAA in terms of those kind of protections. But in terms of security protection of information within our agency, we certainly have a very robust safeguard in terms of that information saved. But I'm going to turn it over to this gentleman because he deals with it on a daily basis.
Yes, so the safeguards are, of the utmost importance, and so that's part of that discussion around information that we are privy to never leaves our building. As it's kind of currently constituted now, these are EAP staff that are held to these standards, including myself, around HIPAA and 42 CFR. And when it comes to even capturing information about who we're working with in that moment, to make sure that we're providing the best resource available to that person. The limited information that's taken down that never gets into any kind of file, like a personnel file. We have our own process internally, and at the minimum, it would be non-identifiable information in a space like that to speak to the fact that the person was made aware of the limits of confidentiality. And from there, it's very limited to maybe met with client or, provided a resource. So there's no deep language around the actual individual who's accessing our services. And at this point, currently, it stays in our location behind minimum of 2 locked doors as required by HIPAA and 42 CFR.
Okay. Anything else from anyone? Seeing none, thank you for your help.
And thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other pink cards, although I see pink cards are coming. Different bill. So I will close the hearing on House Bill 1367, is that right? 1363. Just a couple minutes and we'll start up with House Bill 1000, I think is next on our sheet, right?
Yeah.
I lost my earphones. I'll open the hearing on House Bill 1000, recognize the prime sponsor, Honorable Marjorie Smith. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, and I love to be in the small room. It reminds me of the old days. um, Mr. Chair and committee members, I am really quite honored to introduce House Bill 1000 relative to classifying New Hampshire legislators' services as public service for certain federal purposes. The very first thing I want to say in honor of my long relationship with Neil Kirk and my service on the Finance Committee is that there is no state money involved. There's no fiscal note. It has nothing to do with state money, and that should cause you at least some breath of release. This is a public service loan forgiveness program. It was created in the year 2007 under the George W. Bush administration as an incentive to get young people to enter into public service. And here it is 17 years later, and we see even more clearly how important it is for us to get young people involved in public service. They are going to be determining the future of the state and of this country, and we need them. When I went to college, my total bill for tuition, room, and board for a year was $1,700. And that was in a private college. That wasn't in a public university. Adjusted for, today's rate, that would be the equivalent of $17,000. You find me somebody who is faced with a tuition bill today, full-time, that's a tuition, room, and board, that's $17,000. Getting educated is very important if we're going to have a future small d democracy, and it costs a lot of money. This program applies only to federal student loans. And it's not to say, well, you've taken out a loan and now you shouldn't take the responsibility for paying off the loan. You are not eligible until you have made 120 payments. That's 10 years of payments, and payments, fulfilling your full obligation. And it's only then that you would be eligible for this program. And it is not a question of being a state or federal employee. It's a question of working in federal, state, local government, U.S. government, any level, nonprofit, but all in terms of public service. It's acknowledging public service, and it's providing some small, relatively small incentive. We all got our W-2 forms this week. They say we get paid $200. Of course we don't. We get $183 because they take out for Social Security, Medicaid, whatever it is, Medicare. But if you look at the form, the number that's on there, your employment identification number, is the state. And it's the state that issues those forms, so that even here we recognize that those of us who are working because of our commitment, we're not working for the money, we're acknowledged by the state and by the federal government in terms of that great $200. I'm not going to go on anymore except to say that I'm not going to get compensation under this, nor are my children, nor are my grandchildren. I am committed to this program, not for any personal benefit, but for benefit for all of society, in that this is a way, without the state having to come up with one dime, to make it possible for us to be more welcoming to the young people who have stepped up to the plate and cooperated with the concept of public service and the value of public service. So I hope you will find your way to say yes. And I think there'll be a number of people behind me who will be happy to answer any technical questions. And you'd rather hear from them than from me.
Thank you, no matter how inaccurate that is. Are there any questions? Seeing none, you're off the hook.
Well, I've been doing this for a few years, Mr.
You've-
Chairman, so I'm
you've been
kind of
on the
used to
hook.
it.
Yeah, you've been on.
But
the hook.
I'm really very pleased that
I
you're.
have one question for
Oh,
you. then.
good, sure.
So our researcher did some background from the program itself.
Uh-huh.
And it comes back to say, therefore, to be eligible for the program, the borrower must be a qualified employee working for a qualified employer for the requisite time period. And they list a government employer is, quote, any U.S.-based government a U.S.-based government organization at any level, federal, state, local, or tribal. This includes employers such as U.S. military, public elementary and secondary schools, public colleges and universities, public child and family service agencies, and special governmental districts, including entities such as public transportation, water, bridge, district, or housing authorities. But it doesn't include any elected member of Congress. Doesn't qualify for this.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I should be serious. The members of Congress are eligible for all kinds of benefits that no one else in this country is eligible for. They fall into special categories in terms of their health insurance and everything else. They are not one of the huddled masses that we're talking about now.
It also says that partisan political organizations are not eligible.
And that is true. I mean, the Republican National Committee, you're arguing for the Republican National Committee, or let's say the Democratic National Committee, for example, or working for them in the state, you wouldn't be eligible in this. But that's not who elected me or who elected you. We were elected by people. And I don't know about you, Mr. Chair, but I know I represent all the citizens of Durham. I don't represent a political party. This is not, our role here is not as employees of a partisan political system. And the more we remember that, the better off we'd all be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Shercott.
I just was wondering if you're a legislator and you decide to go to college and you stay as a legislator for 10 years, would you get it work the same way?
I'm afraid you have to have borrowed the money to be educated and paid 120 times for 10 years to have paid the loan, and only then would you be considered for this program. So does that help?
Follow up.
It would be probably you'd have to pay for 10 years and you'd have to serve another 10 years to get it.
Well,
So you'd be serving 20 years.
Representative Constable, can you help us a little?
It says former as well. So the way I read it is that former legislators would also be, as long as they paid up into it. So you would be able to serve a term, and then you would qualify if then you reached. But right in the bill it says former as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But you'd have to have the 10 years of public service.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you just brought up a good point. This not just includes from today forward, but would it include all legislators that have ever served and going forward?
I think I would like either the clerk or someone else who could professionally answer that, I will just say to you, by the way, that the Commissioner of Administration, Commissioner Arlene has told me that I could say that he has absolutely no problem with this. There is no state financial input in this. No state financial input. All it is following the federal law and the federal guidelines. All that has to happen is someone has to verify your 10 years of public service. And it might be that for you, it's 2 years of working in the legislature and 6 years of working in a not-for-profit organization that is considered public service. And how many did I get? Up to 8, and 2 years in something else. So it wouldn't have to be 10 years here in the legislature. All this does is say that for the time that you have been in the legislature, that service would count as public service under the federal law. And I can't imagine anything that's more public service, because we're not doing it for the money.
Thank you.
No, we're
Thank
not.
you.
Second pink card we have is Representative Ellen Reed, who asked for 5 minutes and supports the bill.
And I'm a co-sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. The question that was just asked, I'm going to clarify, because the reason I am here testifying is because I'm very familiar with this process, because I have worked in nonprofits and in government organizations, which I'll testify to on another bill later. In order to qualify for this program, you have to have made 120 on-time payments while in public service post 2007. So people who served before 2007 wouldn't qualify. If you served but weren't making payments or hadn't yet borrowed the money, you wouldn't qualify. You have to be making payments while you're in public service. Great. Okay, so to continue on, yes, you can mix and match any of those nonprofit public service things. There are many rules regarding which organizations count as public service. Yes, you can't work for a political organization. We are not political when we are here. We are serving the public. We are public servants. That is the definition of our role here. We may personally adhere to partisan politics. We may campaign on that, and that's exempted, of course, if you're working for a campaign. But when we're here in our professional capacity, we are not partisans. However, Congress passed the law. Congress exempted themselves, as they should recuse themselves, since this would have actually applied to them, much in the same way that it is against the Constitution for them to pay themselves, but they have to pay, if they do a pay increase, they have to do it for the future legislature. They would have qualified under this have they not specifically exempted themselves. They explicitly did not exempt state legislators. Think about that. They went through some federal contractors, some state contractors apply or qualify, some don't. And they get into the details about, well, if the state doesn't have any other resources and they had to go through a private contractor, then those private contractors are considered public service. But if they had other resources, so they got really in the nitty-gritty, recused themselves from it, but specifically did not exempt state legislators, perhaps because some of them worked in their own state legislatures and knew how little they got paid and how much they would have appreciated help with their public service. The form that is received by the federal government from the employer, in this case the state, is very short. It's only 6 lines. It basically says the name and address of the organization. In this case, it would be the state, the start and end dates of the public service, and the employer identification number. The employer identification number on the W-2 that we just all got. So by the way, I understand that we, and I really appreciate the philosophical argument that we aren't employees of the state on a state level, because what you're saying is a sentiment I fully agree with, that we aren't here on a transactional basis. We aren't here to do work because we're getting paid to do it, and I fully agree with that. We're here for a much more sacred duty. However, for the federal government, There is no situation where the federal government issues a W-2, or I rather should say requires a W-2 to be issued unless you're an employee. So federal government purposes, regardless of our philosophical agreement, federal government considers us employees. We get a W-2. We get federal taxes, I should say the Social Security and Medicare taken out. The reason we don't get federal income tax taken out is because it's set at $200, which falls below the tax brackets. We make too little to pay federal income tax. The EIN, employer identification number 026000618, is the same EIN that is issued to every state employee, whether you're with the DOE or the DOT or you're a staff person here. You all have, all of us, all 10 to 15, 16, I can't remember what they said in the last bill, state employees have this exact same EIN, employer identification number. $200 is in the the state constitution, because that's our salary. It's our salary in the Constitution. The reason we're no longer considered like an employee is because now our salary has fallen below what we would consider minimum wage, but that doesn't change the fact that that was always our salary in the Constitution. And at that time, yes, when you adjust for CPI, it's still, below livable wage. But at the time, housing was so widely available that it was enough to buy 4 acres with an improved house, an improved structure. It was enough to buy a farm. In other words, it was a livable wage. It was enough to live off of. So we were always intended to be fairly compensated. But I am getting far afield because this is not about us being a state employee, and I'm going to get to that. In fact, the language that DHHS suggested on the last bill, saying that all these other things, despite this is not evidence that we are employees, is also here. Continuing on. So myself and other people, when we've applied for our public service loan forgiveness, the accounting office, it's the accounting office that has decided to not certify us as full-time employees in public service. And the reason, I asked specifically for the reasons, and I was emailed. The reason specifically was because they did not consider that we were hired through the normal hiring process, as the chair had mentioned, and also fired through the normal firing process. However, there are other employees, true employees of the state with that same EIN number, who are also elected. We elect the Secretary of State. We elect the state treasurer. We elect the clerks of the chambers, and they get salary, and they have the same EIN, and they are eligible for PSLF. And the prime sponsor already mentioned that the commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services has already said he has no reason to oppose the certification of public service for legislators for federal PSLF. And I already said that we do say notwithstanding provision of RSA 14A6. So in other words, we're not employees. We're saying we're not employees for the purposes of the state. The federal government already thinks we're employees, but we're not employees for the purposes of the state. We're just accessing benefits, just like we have with health insurance. We had that law that gave us access to health insurance, even though we're not considered employees. That may have cost us a little bit of money, by the way. Potentially a little bit, but this costs us nothing. And not only does it not cost New Hampshire any money whatsoever, but since New Hampshire is a federal income tax donor state, it means that we'll be getting some of those dollars that are now going to other states back. Meanwhile, the vast majority of states already consider their legislators to be employees, so they don't need this type of legislation. Those other state legislators automatically qualify for PSLF and get PSLF in other states. Just from the friends I have serving in office in other states, I know for a fact and have confirmed. Texas, state employees. Their legislators are state employees. Tennessee, Maine, Montana, most states consider their legislators state employees, so they don't need this legislation. And here's the thing. Since we're a donor state, that means our tax dollars are going to forgive Massachusetts state legislators. In California, state legislators. Why aren't our tax dollars forgiving our state legislators when we desperately need young people in this chamber? Why? Why are we donating to California state legislators? The PSLF program was designed to incentivize young people to get into public service, and that's exactly what we need in this state. So just simply passing a measure to say, yes, being a legislator is public service. We all know it's public service, and help more young people to run for office will help us. Now, I do want to say that I think I actually covered all my points. Public service, yes, we're not. So we can, just to be very clear, we can declare that, yes, we are full-time public servants, the federal government, and still say we're not employees on the state level. That is possible. That's what this bill does, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't know anyone that considers what we do full-time. Can you speak to of the full-time versus what I believe we are, which is a part-time volunteer?
Thank you so much for the question. I actually have a ton of notes on that issue, and I didn't want to like expand my testimony by delving into that, but now I get to. Okay, so we are salaried, right? We're not hourly. We get $200 for the entire term, your salary. And your salary for a piece of work, again, not hourly, a piece of work. What is that piece of work? The piece of work is you are the representative for your constituents 24/7, 365 days a year. Now, if you say, is our session work part-time? It's absolutely part-time. If you say, is our committee work part-time? Kind of depends what time of the year it is. So maybe half the year it could potentially be full-time if you're like me and put 16 bills in and are on 59 bills. It's pretty darn, it's actually overtime. But in terms of committee work, it can be part-time. But in terms of being responsive to your constituents, in terms of emails, Zooms, texts, that I know I have done way overtime. And it's all every season, every holiday, 24/7. I've taken 11 p.m. calls from constituents whose electricity was turned off unjustly, and I had to go and text the Eversource lobbyist and get their electricity turned on in the middle of the night. Okay, it's 24/7, 365. Now, maybe you're not like me. Maybe you don't put in 16 bills. Maybe you don't answer calls at 11 p.m. And it's up to your boss. It's up to your boss, the electorate, your constituents, whether or not they think you have fulfilled that piecemeal work that they gave you a salary for. Did you do the job for the last 2 years that we hired you to do? And if they're happy with your work, then they'll keep you employed. And if they're not happy with your work, then they'll replace you, as they should if you're not actually doing your end of the work. But it's salary. It's for the fact that we cannot take off. If you get pulled over, like with a DUI or something, you're still a state rep, and that goes in the news. You can't take off our responsibility at any point during those 2 years. That is what we're getting paid the big bucks for.
Any other further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Last pink card I have is for our Honorable Clerk, Paul Smith, who has 2 minutes, he says.
I'll try not to take it, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Paul Smith, Clerk of the House, and I am neither in favor nor opposed to this legislation. Just wanted to provide you with a couple of salient points. I've been asked several times over the last few years by current and former members about the process of certifying their service as public service for the purposes of PSLF. And in those cases, I've referred them down to the General Court Administrative Office because they are the folks that handle it. For the record, 20 years after I graduated college last year, I was the recipient of that PSLF program myself, where my last $4,500 in loans was forgiven, but not after extensive paperwork and hassles from the federal government, which I'm sure surprises you. That being said, at the request of the sponsors, I did reach out to several of my colleagues last evening to ask specifically about their states, because again, this is a state decision. This is a choice of this legislature to make in terms of whether or not you want to recognize that service for these federal purposes. I did hear from 13 states, and of that, 10 were yes and 3 were no. And I'm talking about not in terms of employment. I don't want to get into that debate. That doesn't involve me. That being said, for the purposes of the program itself, eligibility, 10 were in support, and those included Maine, Hawaii, Vermont, Virginia, Florida, Kansas, Alabama, Washington, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. And the 3 that were not eligible for the program, despite their recognition of employees, is New Mexico, Kentucky, and Texas. The form itself, having filled it out, that we would be filling out if it were our responsibility, is a small part of the box that literally just says the dates of service. And that is something that can be managed very easily. My only consideration in terms of looking at the bill is on line 9, where it has the commissioner being the person responsible for filling out the paperwork. This is the legislative branch, and I would defer to the legislative branch officials, namely myself or the General Court Administrative Office, to be the persons who are the record keepers of the branch to file that paperwork if it is going to be filled out. So just wanted to again mention that this is something that has been brought to me several times over the last few years, and clarification is certainly appreciated one way or the other, and I'm able to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe you can answer this or not. Is this constitutional?
I don't see that it's not constitutional. It literally designates for the purposes of a federal program your service as being public service. So I don't see that this has any constitutional, this is my opinion. I don't see that it has any constitutional issues.
So I'll follow up on that. Would it require any disclosures under the current form of our disclosure?
That's a very good question. I would think that, firstly, anybody who participates in the PSLF program, if their loan is forgiven, they have to report that on their income tax filings. So I'm waiting for my paperwork from last year from the federal government, so hopefully they stick to the January 31st deadline, of mailing me my form so that I can file that with the appropriate paperwork. In terms of what your requirements for filing at the beginning of a biennium are your income derived from your profession. So I'm not entirely sure that this would be in that same vein.
Thank you. Further questions? Rep. Constable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This goes back to the full-time or part-time thing. Everyone that I know knows this. The politicians here, like you aside, you're obviously a full-time. That's obviously a full-time position. But the legislators here, most of them have other jobs, and this is a part-time role. So how do we square the full-time service as a job? Like, I think of things like AmeriCorps or something like that, or a teacher. It's obviously full-time, whereas everything here is known to be part-time. Just want your opinion on the difference between the full and the part.
All I'll mention about that is in that list of states that I mentioned before. Only Pennsylvania is considered full-time, and they are actually full-time all year long legislature. So they're going from January through December every single year. Massachusetts is a full-time legislature. I didn't hear from them, so I didn't include them on my list. But of the ones I mentioned, only Pennsylvania is a full-time legislature. So it is truly your determination. That's why this is before you all to make that determination.
Talk to us a little about the request by a former member of the General Court. How would that be handled? Would it just purely be able to say this person served in the legislature from this year to this year, and just assume that they had a full-time 30 hours?
Again, that determination about full-time is one that you all would be making in policy. If this were law, if you left the legislature at the end of this term and called me in March of next year and said, Paul, I'd like to do this public service loan forgiveness program, and I have the form, would you be able to sign it? You would hand me the form, and I would fill out the small box at the top that says your start date and your end date in terms of your service.
Which would be the first day I was a legislator and the last day I was a legislator.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in follow-up to that, that would be if there was an addendum to change line 9.
Well, if
In that
if
case?
that was changed to the clerk, I mean, but
If that
again,
was changed-
it
if
doesn't
you're-
have to be the clerk. It can be the administrative office.
But that's your preference?
It doesn't really matter to be honest. I would note of the states that I mentioned before, Hawaii, Vermont, Virginia, Pennsylvania, all their clerks are the persons that certify.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Any further questions? Seeing none? And I have no other pink cards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Always a pleasure to be in front of my favorite committee.
I knew that was coming up. Thanks very much. With that, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1000. And just a second, we'll be opening House Bill 1290. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1290. Recognize the prime sponsor, Rep. Lloyd,
Yes,
who said she promises to send in written testimony.
I do. I promise.
All right. Thanks very much. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Representative Crystal Lloyd from Nashua, Ward 6, Hillsborough 8. I want to begin by saying that I love my days up here in Concord. I was one of those kids who always loved to learn, and doing this work has given me a true passion. I'm truly grateful to serve with all of you. I've made friends and connections across the aisle, and have claimed even some of my local connections as my new family. More importantly, I'm honored to walk into Reps Hall on behalf of my constituents. As a kid touring government buildings, I wondered what it would be like to sit in those chairs, and now I know. I'm humbled and grateful. When I first told my mom I was running for office, she apologized to me. She said, "Oh, Chris, I'm sorry we weren't born into a rich family. I wish we were rich enough to support you, to allow you to do what you love." She knew that I live alone. She knew that my mortgage, my utilities, everything was 100% on my working shoulders. I would need to balance both. I assured her that I would figure it out if I won, and just because of her reaction, I worked extremely hard on my campaign. This was something that I wanted to prove could be done, and possibly I could help change it. I started thinking about what she had said, and I thought about all of those doors that I knocked on. So many were happy to see me, a young, self-made, working woman running for office, and I won. My boss at the time said that she would allow me to use my time off. However, I noticed in December of 2022 that there would be an issue. I went from receiving a bonus in November 2022 for a job well done on a very large project to my boss suddenly being very suspicious of my working hours. Suddenly, I was having check-in sessions to see what I worked on all day. I was accused of paying more attention to State House duties than my day-to-day. I was working 15-hour days in a salaried position, and as you know, legislative duties didn't really start until January 2023. I became the department scapegoat because I was it was assumed that I was just working on New Hampshire issues, which of course had not started yet. I knew that I'd need to find a new job, but this was now going to be difficult given the legislative calendar. I would need to immediately ask for days off as a new hire for at the very least the House session days. My job search was further delayed because I found out I needed another knee surgery and I needed to keep my job until the surgery date for the medical insurance and the short-term disability. From January to March 2023, the earliest I was able to schedule my surgery, my attendance here was sporadic. I remember one day you all were voting on education bills while I was crying in my workplace bathroom because I was not allowed the day off to vote on my constituents' behalf. The reason I couldn't take the day off for voting session, despite having accrued time off, was because of my coworker's birthday. It was the same day that I needed off. My constituents were not represented for life-altering votes due to a long-term lack of staffing in my department and my coworker's birthday. I checked with some lawyer friends and found out that I didn't have any recourse. I didn't have any protections. I take my oath of office very seriously, and every single absence broke my heart. I was counting down the days to my knee surgery in late March, and just over 1 week after my PCL surgery, I was on the House floor in a wheelchair for the state budget vote. During my leave for my surgery, I worked with a recruiter to find a new job. We had carefully had to plan when to bring up my state rep work with any new employer. I made it a condition of my new employment that they allow me the time off to go to session days and committee work, and I haven't missed a day since. However, at the end of December, my position was eliminated in a group layoff. I am yet again needing to find a full-time new position of employment while balancing state rep schedules. Whatever employer decides to take me on, they'll need to immediately allow me session days off. This is a hard ask, and right now I'm trying to stretch whatever savings I have in order to get through as much legislative session as possible. I will remind you that I live alone. My mortgage is 100% on my own shoulders. My fiance is not moving in until September. Having this kind of protection would make it easier for me to get the time off approved. I am not the only rep that this would help. This bill is very limited in scope. With the House so evenly divided, even one absence on session days on both sides makes a difference. I believe all parties are aware of just how crucial it is that every rep is in their seat to vote. These are life-changing issues for the people we represent, and that is something I don't ever take lightly. I've limited HB 1290 to session days only because those are mandatory. Committee days, meetings, campaign events, these are not protected in this bill. I have capped a maximum number of hours that an employee is allowed to request. I have also included a hardship clause in case a business needed to be exempted for any reason. There is one piece that I would like to put through an amendment on, and that's line number 5. It should say up to 168 hours. This is the maximum hours cap. However, I wanted to see the committee's response to this bill before drafting any amendment to include any potential additional changes that the committee thought might be helpful. Why is it important to fix this issue? Why do we need protection? Here is what I believe New Hampshire has gained due to my participation in the legislative body. I have over 16 years of nonprofit experience. 14 of those have been in payroll and finance. I've served on the board for several community-based organizations. Due to places I've worked, I have knowledge and experience in animal welfare, healthcare, finance, union contracts, labor laws, recruitment, volunteer management, education, organ and tissue donation, event planning and permitting, and more. I've worked in organizations that ranged from 3 employees to 8,000. Additionally, my family has veterans dating back to the Revolutionary War, and I personally have had to deal with severe injury and resulting long-term rehabilitation processes. That is just me alone. All of these unique experiences, which my personal voice brings to this body when I've been not working my 9-to-5 job, I have been able to substitute on other committees to contribute additional knowledge. I'm only one person. You all have your own voices and your own experiences that you're bringing into the legislative body every time you attend. There are many other working reps that have resumes and experiences that are similar to mine, and some that are very different from mine. Their experiences should be represented as well. They should have a voice at the table. Additionally, I believe not having these protections leaves our volunteer legislature vulnerable to influence. To be clear, this was not my situation at this level, but I was drafting this bill, and it made me question what would happen if an employer or a manager of a state representative understood what bills were being voted on and denied the legislator the requested day off. Without this kind of protection, we are left at the mercy of our employer to allow us the time. As both parties are aware, just one absence can drastically change a vote in this nearly evenly divided House. People of working age, ages 19 to 64, make up the driving force of our state's economy. These are people we need to hear more representation from. I appreciate our volunteer legislature. I appreciate that I'm able to serve without needing to be a career politician or a lawyer. I love that we have such a variety of experience in our legislative body. However, it's a double-edged sword. Because we don't receive much in compensation, our legislative body leans heavily on people who are retired, who are business owners, who are managers rather than front-facing employees, and independently wealthy individuals or individuals who are able to rely on their spouse's income. We are leaving out so many voices which need to be directly represented. This bill, HB 1290, in my opinion, is the least we can do for our working representatives like myself and immediately necessary to protect our jobs, and most importantly, our constituents' voices in the legislature. So thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? I have a quick one.
Yeah, go ahead.
You show here in Roman 3, an employer may not discharge an employee who is a member of the general court. Should an employer be allowed to reassign or hire someone else for your position?
I would think that that would be acceptable. I think that ultimately, I mean, needs must in an organization that I don't want to impact businesses negatively. However, I really think that we need to be able to be allowed to be on the floor for House votes.
Thank you for your answer. Would you also, what would be your opinion of this a size limit on who this would apply to, whether it would be, I don't know, 50 employers that have over 50 employees, or was that considered? And
It was
where
considered.
would you be?
Yeah, I thought about that originally, and I left it out right now, and I wanted to see what the committee's thoughts on this were. Because I did include the hardship clause, which allows any employer the ability to apply for hardship situations.
And what would those hardships
So
potentially be?
again, I've worked for nonprofits that had only 3 employees. I can understand only having 3 employees would leave you at a major shortage in staff, and staffing requirements would be my main concern. So I completely understand that from an employer's perspective.
Last question from me is, I would assume, or maybe I shouldn't assume, was there any opportunity for you to have the discussion with your employer prior to running?
Yes, and I did. And she said that she would support me being at the State House. However, it's never a problem until it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no other hands went up, so I'm saying no other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a pink card from Representative Ellen Reed, who asked for 5 minutes. It would be great if you could be less so we could get back
I think
closer
I
to
can
time.
accommodate the chair's request. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockinghamton, Newmarket, and Newfields. And I just want to preface my testimony by saying I was told that I came in a little bit hot during the last bill hearing, and I want to apologize. Any of you that know me personally know I'm a little fiery. I want to testify to my personal experience with this issue. I'm very grateful that the prime sponsor has put this bill in. After getting elected, I decided I needed a part-time job instead of my regular full-time job. So I went and looked, and I got a part-time job driving for public transit, a government position. And I explained I'm a state rep and I'm going to need a little bit of flexibility around certain days. And they said that's fine. And I got hired and I worked and everything was fine. We got a new manager, and then things weren't fine. And when I asked, and this is back before we were very, 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 very closely divided. This is 4 terms ago. And so bills dying on a tie was not really a thing so much. It was like happened once a year, maybe. And I asked for time off to go to session. And my employer said, absolutely not, you have to work. And I found out later that my employer, my manager, this particular person was not politically aligned with me. And I missed session that day, and a bill failed. It went against the way I would have voted on a tie. And I let my employer know that that was never going to happen again. And I asked several people at the State House, the Speaker's office. I asked my leadership. I asked different administrative staff people if they could give me a letter, not a letter telling my employer that they have to excuse me, but only a letter quoting the Constitution. Because in our state constitution, several things. The general court can excuse a member from jury duty. Jury duty, by law, excuses you from work. So the weird thing was that if I had gotten jury duty, I would have been excused from work legally. But even though I have a constitutional duty that supersedes jury duty and I can get out of jury duty to go do session, that doesn't excuse me legally from work. So we're giving more protections to jury duty than our constitutional requirement. Second thing in the Constitution, that even the police cannot detain me from going to session. The police cannot detain me even if I'm actively speeding, running stoplights. They cannot. They can follow me. They can wait for me outside a session. They can write me up afterwards, but they cannot detain me if I'm on my way to represent my constituents. And thirdly, and this rarely happens, but the police can be ordered to come and pick me up at my home and bring me in by force, meaning forget employer and employee relations and work and all of that. It's saying my constitutional duty that I sacredly took when I entered into public office supersedes even my autonomy and freedom. That's the agreement I made by taking on office. And all I wanted was those quotes from the Constitution from somebody in this building, and I was unable to get it. That employment didn't end well, but anyway, because of my experience and because of the experience of other people and how important it is to get not just people who don't have to work, but the people who have to work to represent the working people of New Hampshire, I would urge you to support this, and I'll take questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Turcott.
I kind of just want to make a statement. That's why I had to have a break in service.
Would you
because-
believe?
Would you believe?
Would you believe? That's why I had to have a break in service, because one road agent wouldn't let me go, and the new one did.
I would absolutely believe that. And what the prime sponsor spoke of as something that did not happen to her but might happen absolutely happened to me. This person knew, I mean, it's not a secret what my beliefs are politically, and he absolutely did not want me to do my job and serve my constituents in that manner.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last pink card I have is, and I'm hopeful I pronounce it correctly, Representative Boschman. Thank you. 3 minutes, support the bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. My name is Paige Boschman. I am a registered nurse and the newest member of the state House of Representatives. So thank you for having me here today. It shouldn't take too long. I am here to support the bill as a mother of a young family with a full-time job, which I would not be able to support my family without this job. My partner works as well. I am actually a registered nurse with close to 15 years of experience with women's and reproductive health and a specialty in perinatal mental health. I think, you know, we talked about the skill set. I actually worked last night, so I've had 1 hour of sleep since yesterday morning, and I've been here all day testifying on bills because this is important. And because as a working person, I represent my ward of working class people. And I'm very lucky that I'm a nurse and I'm able to have this position, which enables me to be here. I have had many daytime jobs, and if I was in that position right now, I would need this bill to be able to continue to do what I do. And, you know, that can happen, right? That might happen this year. Who knows? So I hope that we can pass this bill so that working class people like myself, like my family, will be able to continue to be represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome to Legislative Administration and to the House. Would you be willing to take questions if there are any?
Of course.
Are there questions? Seeing none, you're off the hook. Thank you.
I'm running on coffee and adrenaline if that was your only question.
Thank you. I have no other pink cards for this bill. If there's no one else, I'm assuming he's not filling out the card for this bill. Thank you. So I'll close the hearing, and I think we are ready to jump in immediately with House Bill 1629 FN.
This is for
What? No.
1219.
No, I don't think she did.
That's for 1219, the last bill. What's this one?
Thank you.
1152.
The chair would recognize the prime sponsor for House Bill 1629. Nope. Two more.
What happened to? Okay, sorry.
And I would like a moment here of personal privilege to indicate that this bill brings up a topic that is currently under investigation, and I would like to caution everyone in the room that we will not be talking about specific instances. We are going to only talk about the language of the bill, and only the language of the bill. And I will stop any conversation that goes beyond the language of the bill. So with that, I would welcome Representative Weber. Thank you. Welcome back to Legislative Administration.
Thank you, sir. For the record, my name is Lucy Weber. I represent Cheshire County District 5, which is Walpole and Surrey. I think, 11th town I've represented in Cheshire County. This, without discussing the situation out of which this bill arose at all, the issue here is what the duties of the Attorney General are when it comes to the Attorney General's attention that a member of the General Court may not still be resident in the district from which they were elected. That's the language of the bill. And the that is important because it is the job of the Attorney General to investigate any criminal matters that may arise out of that, but it is only the general court that can deal with the qualifications of its own members. So the way the bill is drafted, first of all, it's not when the Attorney General hears a vague rumor that somebody may be living somewhere else. It's when the Attorney General has probable cause to believe that they are not living somewhere else. The Attorney General must give notice not to the Speaker and to the Minority Leader and to the clerk of the respective body, or the Senate President and Minority Leader and clerk. And the purpose of that is so that those legislative leaders can then make a determination of the qualifications of the members of their body in accordance with the rules of their body and the wishes of the members of their body, because that's the only place where that the House controls the membership and the Senate controls its membership. The Attorney General doesn't get to weigh in on that. And so the way the bill is drafted, I also specifically said that the Attorney General shall not be compelled to provide details of any ongoing criminal investigation beyond the issue of residency. That's all they need to disclose. Beyond that, what they are doing is not our business. And so with that, I'll conclude my testimony. It's really just a matter of clarifying how the different branches of government are going to communicate to each other and making sure that everybody, that the relevant people in each branch of government have the information that they need to do their own jobs. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. Representative Nutting Wong.
Hi, as I read this, it just says that that the Attorney General will contact or notify the presiding officer, minority leader, and clerk. Then what?
That's not a matter for this legislation. The then what is a matter either for the Senate and the Senate rules, or if there aren't any rules for the leadership and the membership of the Senate, and for the House, the leadership and the membership of the House to determine. But I didn't think that that was something I needed to include in the legislation. I think that is a matter for each separate legislative body. And as we know, the things that we enact in this legislature don't bind the next legislature. They may have a very different way of dealing with it. And the other thing is that over the years, when this issue has arisen generally, each case is so very different from the last that it is very different to come up with a hard and fast procedure. I mean, I can think of an issue where this wasn't ever an issue before this body, but we did have a member whose house burned down, and it took well over a year for the house to be rebuilt. I've had friends in that situation live in a trailer on their property, which is no problem. But that member was living in a rented apartment. I don't know whether that was in his district or not, but if it was not in his district, I don't think in that situation that a member would lose their residency simply because they were in the process of rebuilding. I mean, members can stay at their lake house in the summer and they don't lose their residency. They can go to Florida, they don't lose their residency. So each case is very, very different. And I think different legislatures might adopt different policies. And I think, as we all know, the body that we shouldn't be mentioning, and I shouldn't have mentioned it, and I apologize, might have very different ways of addressing their membership than we do because of the difference in our size.
Any further questions? I have one. Oh, go ahead. Representative Hobson.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. I don't know if you mentioned this at the beginning of your testimony, and if you did, I apologize, but where does this information come from? Who decides that this is the purview of the Attorney General or what the Attorney General should
That's beyond our purview because that's something to do with the Attorney General's office. I don't know how the Attorney General finds out what the Attorney General finds out, nor should I, because as the chair rightly pointed out, that is a matter for them and their investigative staff and whoever calls their tip line and however that works. I specifically omitted to put in how the Attorney General would find out because that's not my business. I did want to make it so that the Attorney General had to have probable cause to believe that this was true before they referred it to us, because I don't want the Attorney General to have to deal with, some person who calls up and says, oh, by the way, that was not my purpose. It was only when there is a situation which the Attorney General believes rises to probable cause, which is a pretty well-defined standard, I should say. And so that seemed like a good line as opposed to, I got one complaint.
My question is a little different, although it does concern the Attorney General, I guess, or how the bill was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
My question would be, what is meant to occur by the Attorney General providing that information to the people that you've mentioned versus a registered letter sent to the people from whoever has that same concern?
There are two different ways of notifying us that we might want to make inquiries into the situations of our members. There's nothing here that prevents somebody who is concerned from reporting it in different ways. But the real concern that I had was that delicate balance for the Attorney General's office between their requirements of a criminal investigation and our need for the information so that we can do our own investigation, so that we can make sure that we are following the constitutional requirements that our members live in their districts. Because our Constitution says that when you're not living in your district, you're no longer a representative. And, it's not, oh, I can leave base and come back and tag and I'm safe. That's not what the Constitution says. So there are any number of other ways that this House or the Senate might find out about an issue or a possible issue. But this one I thought was particularly delicate because it's very clear that the Attorney General has to walk a very fine line between that which is the duty of the Attorney General's office and that which is the duty of the General Court.
Thank you. Is there any concern on your part about simultaneous investigations?
I don't think so because, again, we each have our own duty under the Constitution, and those should be separate. Ours should come from us and theirs should come from theirs. And that's what separation of powers is all about.
Thank you. Rep. Constable?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's very clear that the general court acts on it. It's not clear that we have to investigate it. So my concern would be on the dual investigation. That doesn't seem to be necessarily where our part should be, but after an investigation, then we're the ones that would act on that, on us, the member and residency and that sort of thing, and the AG would have on the criminal side. But it seems like the AG would be more apt to be able to investigate on both matters and then report back afterwards.
The issue with that is there might be a situation that arose sometime in the future when the Attorney General might be investigating something for a very long period of time and might come to the conclusion that there was no residency and might report that to the general court. And a member who had not been a resident for a long period of time might have been voting on bills that that member was not entitled to be voting on. And that would be contrary to the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire. So it is incumbent upon us as a legislature, when we know that there might be an issue, it is incumbent upon us to determine what steps we are going to take, and that may or may not include investigation. It may or may not include somebody deciding to hire a private investigator. It may or may not be include simply talking to the legislator. Every case is very different, but it is up to us to make sure that we are upholding the Constitution. And I know that everybody in this body takes that responsibility terribly seriously. We may not always agree on how it happens, but we all take it seriously. And the Constitution is very clear on this matter.
Thank you. Seeing no further, one quick question. Rep. Kearney.
Thank you for taking my question. And I'm sorry to do this, but here comes the stupid one. Who does our investigating for us?
When these issues have arisen, they have been dealt with differently by each legislature. So in one case, there was an investigation by this committee. In other cases, the other case I was involved with wasn't actually decided by the general court because it was a matter of whether somebody could appropriately appear on the ballot. So it was decided by the Ballot Law Commission. But it's the procedures that have been followed have been generally a matter for the speaker in the first instance, generally in consultation with the minority leader and using the expertise of the clerk. And at that point, you look at the facts and decide what to do. And of course, as always is the case, if the members of the body as a whole believe that the speaker is taking inappropriate action, they can certainly take action to correct the speaker in the direction that the speaker is taking. So it is a power that's reserved to all of us, usually delegated to one or two people or to a particular committee.
Thank you. I'm assuming you're responsible for removing the fiscal note by amendment? No.
I have nothing to do with fiscal notes. So,
okay. All right. No worries. Someone will fess up to it.
What my thing says is when completed, the fiscal note will be forwarded to the House Clerk's office.
Yeah,
but I cannot imagine how there would be a fiscal note to a bill that simply requires somebody to write a letter or send a transmission saying, I have probable cause to believe. I didn't even require that they tell you what the probable cause was, that Representative Weber no longer lives in her district, and then it's up to the House to figure out what to do with that information.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I have no other speakers on this bill. So with that, I will close the hearing on 1629, FN or not, and find out more. And with that, we can move on to, because we're past our allotted time, to House Bill 1152, relative to creating, enabling the mental health flag to be flown at the State House. Welcome the prime sponsor, Representative McLean, for 3 minutes. Welcome, Representative McLean, to Legislative Administration. I'll make it a little easier. You're all set, Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable members of the Legislative Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Mark McLean, representing Hillsborough District 15, which is Manchester Ward 8. And I'm here to introduce HB 1152, which would add the mental health flag to the statutory list of flags that can be flown at the State House. One of the things that I do want to stress is that unlike the POW flag, this bill states explicitly that the mental health flag will only be flown at the discretion of legislative leadership. It's a may be flown, not a shall be flown, which is different than the POW flag, which shall be flown. So it basically allows it to be flown at discretion. And the reasoning behind this was a year ago, a work colleague of mine whose daughter-in-law works in the mental health field and who will testify later, he approached me and he said, look, May is coming up. May is Mental Health Month. And, my daughter-in-law was wondering if the mental health flag could be flown on the 1st of May to kind of open up Mental Health Month. So I went and I approached the chief of staff with the request, and he came back and he said, it's not a bad idea. However, no flag can be flown at the State House unless it is on the statutory list, because, we just have requests every single day. So it has to be something that's on the list that, the whole body of the legislature agrees and there's consensus around it. So I told the news to my colleague, and of course he was disappointed. He went back to his family and they were disappointed. But I think everybody understood the wisdom of not allowing every flag to be flown. It really needed to have broad support. Otherwise, you could maybe fly the NRA flag or something. So, you really need to have something where you have a lot of consensus. But as I thought about it upon reflection, I really thought that going forward and highlighting issues around mental health is something that has a lot of bipartisan support. It is certainly something that is timely. And if anything was worthy in a bipartisan way of having consensus to go forward to be added to the statutory list, it's the mental health flag. And I think, that's because everybody at some point, either in themselves or somebody in their family, have been touched at some point by mental illness. In my own case, it was my mom. When my sister was born, when I was 5 years old, she had a complete mental collapse, broke down, became a prisoner of the house. She couldn't even go down to the fire hydrant. That was too far away. So basically, not only she became a prisoner of the house, but the entire family became a prisoner of the house. And it was something that we all kind of went through. And I didn't get to play with a lot of friends, but I did get to hang out with Bob Barker and, The Price is Right and everything like that. So it really was limiting, but the whole family kind of felt it. Later on, when she was finally able to get health and understand that what she had was severe agoraphobia, it had a name. We were able to attack it, and she was slowly, over time, able to recapture her life. And she could come down and she could visit me in New Hampshire. She could visit my brother in Texas. And the quality of her life in her final years was much better. And I know that many of you folks probably have your own story. So long and the short, I think that allowing the flag to be flown at the legislature, I don't think mental health is a controversial issue, and it would demonstrate to the people of this state that we recognize the severity of the issue, and we understand that it has tendrils that go into a lot of other issues, such as homelessness, substance abuse, suicide, things of that nature. And it would, I think, show that the legislature is visibly committed to having a role in ending it. And so I hope that you'll look upon this legislation favorably and give it a favorable consideration. And that's my testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McLean. I think that's the first time I've ever heard Bob Barker's name mentioned in legislative administration. With that, willing to take questions if there are any?
Yes, Mr. Chair, yes.
Do we have questions? One, Representative Turcott. Can you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm wondering what would happen if you put the American flag at half flag the flagpole isn't tall enough, the bottom flag, if you add that flag on the bottom, it's gonna be dragging.
Well, the, the bill says the flag may be flown. So again, that's at the discretion of leadership. The bill also explicitly states that the flag will be flown in a position that is subordinate to every other flag, and that includes the POW flag. So it would be flown beneath that. So if something was going to be flown at half mast, for example, that may not be the time to do it. Or perhaps under the circumstances of what was behind it, maybe it would be flown. That would be at the discretion of legislative leadership, how they would pull that off.
Representative Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In line 4, it says may be displayed above the State House in Concord. Are you open to the potential of other flagpoles on State House grounds?
It's my understanding that it's already possible for it to be flown at other areas in the State House grounds. I don't think you need. Don't quote me on this, but I don't think that there is a statutory requirement for it to be flown elsewhere. So this, we would prefer it to be flown from the dome, but I think it can be flown, and you can maybe double check, Mr. Chair. I don't think that there is a requirement for other flags on the grounds to be listed in statute. I don't believe it. I'm not certain. I can get back to the committee.
We can find out. Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're looking at line 6 here as well. It says the flag shall be flown immediately below the flag of the United States. So you got a contradiction, I think, going on here, because the lower it gives an order.
But then in Roman 2, it says, if a state flag or other flag will be flown on the same flag staff, meaning that's the same flag staff as the United States flag, the order from top to bottom shall be the United States flag, then the state flag, or other flag, which would be, in this case, the state of New Hampshire, the POW flag, then the mental health flag. So if other flags are flown, Roman 2 very clearly states the order of precedence.
Representative, follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One other question is, so this is one flag out of, we could have hundreds of flags. We could run out of space on the pole and space in the number of days in the year. What are we to do?
Again, though, I think this, in order to have a flag achieve statutory approval, it would have to go through the entire legislature. So you would need to have strong consensus as to this is something that merits, is worthy of that. So, for example, you might have Motorcyclers of America, who are a great organization, but if they were brought before the legislature, would there really be enough consensus within the legislature to say, yeah, I mean, that's a fine flag. We like those folks, but do we really want to give statutory approval to something like that? So I think what I'm asking, the question that I'm asking the committee is the issue of mental health and mental health awareness, does it go high enough up on the bar that it would merit that approval? Because you're right, but I believe that the legislative process will act as a very effective filter. And the question for you folks is, does this meet that measure? I believe it does, and I hope you will as well.
Good. Follow-up, Representative Richards.
In the physical issues of the flagpole, the length of the flagpole and the number of flags and the increasing days of half-staff days that I have witnessed in the last 6 years, I'm doing square footage math, and I'm asking the question of all of us in the committee, if we were to say, as I would want to say, that this does merit that statutory, there would need to be a fiscal note, because there would be a physical have to be a physical potential change at the top of the State House dome for the inches on the number of the flagpole. Am I?
I'm unaware of how much room is left on the flagpole itself. So, if this was to pass into law, then maybe that would be a consideration that would have to be reviewed. But to be honest with you, I don't know how much room is left on the flagpole. So,
I think we're good, right? Appreciate your testimony. We have 2 other pink cards and probably more questions. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
We do have pink cards from people that I bet. Yeah, no. We do have pink cards from 2 people that I think know each other. The Jessica and Jennifer Kredovic, if I'm saying that correctly. We're not going to do no, we can't do that. Thank you. We have testimony with the flag in it. Welcome to Legislative Administration. You've asked for 2 minutes and 3 minutes, so we'll see where we go. Thanks very much.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Jess Kredovic. I'm a graduate student in the Clinical Mental Health Counseling Program at Southern New Hampshire University. I am also a case manager with the ACT team at Riverbend Community Health as part of their community support program. But I'm not here today to represent Riverbend or Southern New Hampshire University. I'm here because I want to end the stigma surrounding mental illness, because mental health is health. When people are diagnosed with cancer, family and friends flock to the person's side to support them. Mental illness is almost invisible. It's hard to see, and until someone speaks up and asks for help. When people are diagnosed with a mental disorder such as anxiety or depression, our friends, our family, they just don't understand. Snap out of it. You're not pushing yourself enough. You're faking. You're doing it for the attention. Imagine asking for help and you got that response. Would you reach out again? Mental illness is treated like a death sentence that is contagious. Our natural supports disappear and we are left alone to suffer. Imagine if these things were said to someone with a broken leg, or a better example would be someone with diabetes, since it's pretty invisible to the outside. You're not pushing yourself. Get up. You're faking it. You're doing it for attention. Yikes. Just because you can't see it, it doesn't mean that someone isn't suffering. With the right support, such as counselors, prescribers, family, and friends, a person suffering from a diagnosis can live a full and meaningful life, because mental health is health. The origins of this flag began with the Jones family. They created the Pete Foundation after their beloved Pete took his life at the age of 23. It was a day of tragedy and disbelief that so many families around the world have endured. They decided to invest their efforts towards ensuring that no person would have to suffer silently in the way that Pete did. It struck them that Pete was only able to convey the depth of his pain in a letter that he left behind. I have given these flag pins to my clients, and we use the colors to gauge where they are. One day my client will be like, I'm yellow today. I'm so happy. And then another day they'll be like, I'm feeling a little dark green today, but I know it's not forever. The colors of the flag have meaning. The green represents the color of mental health support, and varying shades of green and yellow, which represent coming out of the darkness into the sunlight. I wear the pin on my jacket as a reminder. I get approached daily by strangers in the community that ask about its significance. It draws attention because we are all acutely aware of these small gestures of support for something that have a deeper meaning. Now imagine what impact it would have flying above our State House. It must be important, because mental health is health. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add?
My testimony is a little bit different. I'm Jennifer Kretovic. I am a member of the City Council here in Concord, but I'm speaking as a resident. But more importantly, my role in the community has been for many years to lead the Downtown History and Culture Day for Capital Area Student Leadership, the Greater Concord Chamber of Commerce, and any other organization that wants the best free tour going of our state capital. Part of the tour that we give nowadays since 2017 includes the John Gilbert Wynett statue that resides across the street from this building. John Gilbert Wynett, as you know, was a governor here in the state of New Hampshire. During the Depression, he was most known for handing out 50-cent pieces to people that were homeless or were suffering from the Depression with lack of income so that they could get a cup of soup. He would hand away his jacket, he would hand away his hat to help others. During World War II, he was the ambassador to Britain, and he worked side by side with Winston Churchill. When he returned to the United States after the war, he started the Social Security Administration. And one evening in 1947, he took his own life. And for more than 60 years, we covered all of his worldwide accomplishments because of a single moment in time when he was suffering from depression and thought there was no way out of the green and into the sunlight. We honor this man today because we finally have gotten to a point in our society where we can recognize a moment in time does not define an individual. The collective efforts of both sides of the House and the Senate and the governor supported the statue of John Gilbert Wynett because we wanted to send a greater message to our community, which was, we're all here to support each other and you're not going to be buried under one moment in time. So I would hope that our legislatures on both sides will come together for this issue to raise the mental health flag and stop hiding what needs to be out in the open to help, as Representative McLean said, those people that are suffering from drug addiction, any mental health disorder. It could be PTSD, even from those that are POW, MIAs, or served our community. There are so many people in our community that need to just know there is help here available, and we are here to support you. Thank you. We're glad to answer any questions.
That was remarkable testimony. Any questions from the committee? See, I have one.
Yes.
The flag. Who pays for it? How does it get here? Is it privately owned? Is it a trademarked item? And what does it do being on the flying over the State House versus anywhere else or any other type of project that makes mental illness more available to us?
I can answer part of that. So with the Pete Foundation, it's not trademarked or anything like that. They also will donate to any state that wants to fly it above their state house. I believe in the handout there's a picture of it flying over the state of Kentucky. And then what was the third question?
So the other part is that here in the city of Concord, with the support of Riverbend, the Coalition to End Homelessness, and your state hospital, they flew the flag or displayed the flag. Not everybody had flag poles at their location. They did that last May for us because of this effort to go through the legislature to ask the legislator to fly it at the State House. So within the city of Concord, because this is where we reside, we reached out to our network to have them at least start spreading the word so that we could do that. Also, in a conversation with our city manager, there is an application process if you wanted to display a flag down Main Street. So if we had mental health flags, it is an application process. There are multiple organizations that already sign that application year over year, and there is no space for us. And so this is the direction that we came in. We think that the State House being more prevalent and having that higher voice across the entire state sends a much louder message than just the city of Concord.
Great. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you for your
We
time.
have a late entrance question here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative
Well,
Sellers.
I was curious now about the flag. Is it internationally known as far as the way it's designed and everything?
It's worldwide.
Good.
The mental health flag itself is a dark green. This is a takeoff on that actually shows the shades so that people that are suffering from mental health can designate to their mental health workers, their psychiatrists, their psychologists, their psychoanalysts. Here's where I am. And now it provides an absolute measure of how I can help you.
Good. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you very
testimony.
much.
Thank you.
And I have no other pink cards indicating anyone would like to speak on this topic. With that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1152.
Mr. Chair, can I just note that there's some buttons at the end of the table here for all of us to take if we'd like to also take a button.
Do we have,
I just noticed them
free-
right down
free-
here in case you couldn't
free
see it.
swag? Is that
Yes.
what I? Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I distribute copies of what I'm going to give you?
That would be great. Thank you.
Oh, I can be last. That's fine.
So I am sorry that we're at the end of a long day for you, but
That's okay. You don't have a flag though, right?
we don't have a flag.
All right.
On what I am attempting to do is to let a legislative study committee fashion a home and a method of choosing research projects that would be most useful to the legislators. I've suggested that there be a group like the one that deals with
on with the I'm sorry, I forget words sometimes today now. Yeah. That it decides which of various departments are going to be picked to get a analysis of their functionality. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting that word right now, but and it consists of Republicans and Democrats. I'm suggesting equal Republicans and Democrats so that there would always have to be agreement on these things. But what it is for is to employ data and economic data analysis within the legislature to chart out the probable impacts of major changes before we commit to them. And as a side issue, being from the Ways and Means Committee, we have a couple of us in a bipartisan agreement that there should not just be static analysis to create revenue estimates, that we need some way of trying to look into the future. And we have the Department of Revenue Administration, which I thoroughly approve of using static analysis to make revenue estimates. But these estimates are based on confirmed data sets, some of which are 2 to 3 years old. Our most important taxes are estimated that way because the business taxes have to go through audit before they're confirmed. And so the numbers are 2 or 3 years old that they are using. They then make their best guess of how far off their estimates may be. And in times like this, the estimate ranges are kind of broad, extremely broad. And then they do a very good job, but I feel that having a second look at this through multivariate longitudinal analysis would improve our committee's work and likely reduce the major surprises we have when recessions or growth spurts occur. We have a member of Ways and Means that's been there almost as long as I have, Jordan Olery, who is continuously bringing up, we need to do dynamic analysis. And this is actually pretty close to what he's talking about. But it's based in an economic methodology that's been developing since the 1950s. I want to take you back about 15 years to the first time that a push was made to spend money to provide dental care for lower income adults in New Hampshire. It took about 15 years to pass. And we had two arguments going on. One of them is that it costs too much, and we have no idea whether we're going to get our money back in the future. The other one was that we are keeping people on the public dole because their mouths are rotting out, they smell, in the situation a number of adults find themselves in who began life in poverty and without any dental care whatsoever. It's one of the big things that keeps them from getting jobs that will support themselves. And it's one of the big things that keeps that section of our labor force out of the labor force. And at this point, we need as many people as we can get in all levels of jobs. So the question is, which of these is actually more likely to happen? And there's another one that we are facing right now, which is if we invest more money in childcare, and it's going to need quite a lot of money, then is that going to give us enough more people in the labor force that are working to help our economy on prosper as much as it has been prospering in the past? When and what kinds of childcare? If we just had childcare that would leave kids in somebody else's hands while both parents go work, how much would we get out of that? If we provided appropriate preschool preparation for K to 12, so that the children could hit the ground running when they get into regular schools, how much would that do? Is it worth what we'd have to sacrifice in other areas in order to pay for that? And these are both kind of long-term issues that we may be arguing about within ourselves and with each other about for years before, like dental care, we finally bite the bullet and do it. I'm a socioeconomist. I both taught economic research methods and I experimented with their tools in my pre-legislative career, which was 25 years long. That's why I forget things. I'm getting old. Multivariate analysis has been a major part of the economist's toolbox. It allows the users to weigh a number of possible factors influencing an outcome, such as greater net revenue, and decide which of them are most important to creating that revenue. American economists began working with multivariate analysis in the mid-50s, 1950s, but for many years they were severely limited by their data. They simply didn't know how to quantify a lot of the factors that do influence the results. As computers progressed, and as the economists began to incorporate the work of other social scientists and to quantify the factors they found important, their results have gotten a lot better. They can't predict the future completely. Nobody can. But they're doing better, a lot better at it than when I was young. We have a longtime user of multivariate analysis here in the Department of Employment Security. His name is Brian Gottlob. For a long time, he is a very strong Republican, by the way. For a long time, he was working as a solo operator and doing analyses for various lobbying groups and for businesses and such. And I've always been impressed with his insights. He's now working with a model that was set up over 40 years ago when Regional Economic Models, Inc., otherwise REMI, was created. The economist that started that model is still there, and they have been improving the model for 40 years. It's quite impressive. It's used by state governments from Utah to Massachusetts to help them to decide how to make their economies and governments more efficient and more serviceable to their people. And they are here. But I did say help them decide. There's always politics involved in what any state decides to do. And this is only one contribution to that. No matter how sophisticated the model is, there will always be factors not yet considered that can upend it. The group that created the REMI model advises its clients of this fact and provides an outside view of the results that we are likely to see 5, 10, or 20 years ahead if we make a certain change now, or we don't make it. Members of that group that are present are Dr. Peter Evangelikis and Chris Judson, who is can tell us about the administration of Remy. I'm using Remy because it's the only one I know that I really have ever been close enough to respect. There may be others, and that's why the bill is written so that it would require, if it comes through this committee and gets a legislative study committee and creates a request for bids, it will have probably more than one bid. But Remy really has the longest reputation of any, and the most wide national reputation of anybody that I've seen. Also, our state's best public data analyst, Phil Sletton from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, and former Representative Doug Hall, who created the first professional and nonpartisan economic policy institute in our state. It fell apart for some fairly difficult personal reasons about 10 years ago now, I think. And the New Hampshire Center for Public Policy Studies, which was widely used within the legislature to understand the facts behind what we were arguing about while it was still in existence. They are both here to testify. Unfortunately, Brian Gottlob told me he might have to be at work, and it sounds like that's where he is. So, I thank you very much for listening. I would like, if possible, for this bill not only to be passed, but to go out to the legislature fast enough that we can try to get it to the Finance Committee.
So that was going to be my first question, if you're willing to take questions?
Yes.
My question was, why write this as a study committee and not, with your experience in budgets as such, why not just create a line item for a proposal to grab bids? And I'm assuming what you're trying to do is create a Remy to
something like
an in-house.
They will explain how Remy works, but essentially,
Please don't. I hope not.
Yeah, they advise people selected by the body that is employing them that are from here, that someone would be working here using the Remy models and advised by the national group and the group in Amherst, Massachusetts, and in the factors that over 40 years they have found pertinent to particular problems.
But before we get to actually the value of the service, the process itself, I want to know the nuts and bolts of why you've created this the way you have,
Yes.
including the extensive laundry list of people to be on this committee, when it sounds like what you want, you already know exists, and why you didn't just write it as a bill or some kind of a procurement to put it in place. That's
I've
my guess.
discussed this in several places around Concord, and one of the places was the LBAO, and the LBAO said people will buy into it more if they can help write the structure. and frankly, also on their variety of places it could be put. I would not want to see it in the executive unless it was well protected, because every new governor upends its own office. And
So you're seeing this as a legislative office?
I'm seeing this. I would like to see it as a legislative office, but they said you better let them have some more involvement in this.
Well, and that gets me to my second question, or maybe longer. Why you didn't have a legislator be the chairman of this committee, of this commission?
I can't remember at this point that I
It
did I
it
say
merely
who would be
it
the
merely
chairman?
says
I
that the
think-
members of the commission are going to
Right.
elect a chairperson
Right.
from among the members, but
Right.
but that makes them one out of I don't know 6 or 8 at least people. So if you want this to be a legislative process, I would have thought you would have had the legislator be the chair. You wouldn't be adverse to that.
I guess I wouldn't be averse to that. A legislator is going to be a Democrat or a Republican, and I'm hoping to make this totally nonpartisan.
Numbers don't know, right? Any further questions from? Okay. Well, let's hear from our. You have picked Chris and Peter to be testifying together. Is that correct? Or-
Yes. Yeah.
Great.
Since there are two chairs.
Welcome to Legislative Administration. If you could step up and introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and all that fun stuff, and keep it non-technical, that would be even better.
We do have a copy of.
Sure. And yep.
Do apologize.
Just send some around that way, and I'll send this around this way. Oh, this is one.
This is your testimony?
No, this is just supporting information.
There you go.
Thank you.
I
It's
understood.
just supporting information with a case study from the Texas Legislative Budget Board on how they implement a similar process.
Understand, we aren't doing anything but trying to determine whether we are going to authorize a commission to be implemented that would look at the work that you did, right? I don't think at this point, we don't really need to know how this works. We're more interested in knowing the value in order to create that.
Right, precisely. And Chris Judson, manager at Remy. I'm also accompanied by Dr. Peter Evangelakis, who will provide the majority of the testimony today. But we do agree. Our goal today is just to inform you on how models like ours are utilized by the majority of legislators and legislative bodies and similar types of organizations. And happy to answer your questions throughout this process. So thank you.
And yes, Peter Evangelakis, also with Remy. I'm our Senior Vice President of Economics and Consulting. So I'll keep it pretty brief and non-technical. I just want to share basically, some of our experiences with clients who work with these tools. And I think Representative Almy said it well when, it's important, especially with major pieces of legislation, but even potentially with smaller ones, to have a good idea of the pros and cons and how they weigh out against each other. And that's what our clients value. Our clients include, legislative bodies, departments of revenue, budget offices. We're represented across most states, so we have kind of a breadth of experience across many different types of governments. And I just wanted to highlight kind of a few different topic areas. where I think this commission would be interested to study further and our experience there. So I'll say, one area, obviously, fiscal policy, tax policy, would certainly be, is a very important piece of, kind of legislative, the legislative toolkit, fiscal policy, understanding what the impacts of different tax policies are, changes in tax policy. It's very important. We were involved in 2018 and into 2019 with Arkansas. We actually, on behalf of their Bureau of Legislative Analysis, Bureau of Legislative Research, we did a study, put together a number of fiscal notes on a variety of personal and corporate income tax proposals that we understand were later adopted in some form or another over the next few years. And so we were brought in to not only to run the study, but I was brought in to testify in front of their legislative task force to speak to the results to help guide their deliberations. There are also a variety of clients who look at, kind of a more specific issue of tax credits of all sorts. So we have clients, for example, we did work with Louisiana. My consulting team did a study for one of our clients there, looking at their quality jobs program, looking at incentives for certain types of businesses, and basically understanding what are the benefits in terms of jobs and additional revenue versus what are the costs to the state in terms of offering. And we were able to find kind of a balance point where you could make an assessment on both the economic benefit and cost as well as the fiscal benefit and cost. We also have clients up in Washington State, the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Committee, who are tasked with looking at a wide variety of tax credits. They use the model in-house with our support, and they've looked at they've used the model for well over a decade, looking at a wide variety of tax credits and trying to assess which should be maintained, which maybe should be retired, things of that nature. So trying to be accountable to the taxpayers. Representative Almy also mentioned childcare. There have been a couple of studies I wanted to highlight. One was looking, this also happened to be in Washington State. A client of ours looked on behalf of their Department of Commerce at a policy of offering subsidies for childcare and looking at obviously the benefits of that in terms of labor force participation and business, the ability of businesses to retain their workers versus the cost to provide the subsidy. We also had a client in Mississippi do an early childhood education study, drawing upon a wide literature, trying to understand what were the long-term workforce impacts versus what were the upfront costs and how to balance those. And I'll just mention also there's been a variety, I know that housing is an issue here and everywhere in the country. Certainly a constraining factor in terms of cost, potentially in terms of workforce if you can't find places for workers who want to come and work to live. We've done, we and our clients have done a number of studies looking at, for example, if we were to look at different zoning or development regimes, what would be the impact in terms of, additional, the construction piece of it, but also more widely, the ability to bring down cost of, the cost of living, which is, going to be, not just beneficial for folks in the state, but it also may be a driver of in migration into the state.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Interrupt a bit.
Of course.
I can see the kind of projects that you're working on, and I understand the idea that weighing the pros and cons and assigning values to them.
Sure.
What those clients that you mentioned, do they hire you for those specific projects, or do they have in-house and you're brought in to just confirm what they already thought. The bill here is to try to create, it seems to me, a situation of having a permanent department do these individual analyses. Is it not true that there are groups like you that could be purchased for specific projects as they come up here?
So, Mr. Chair, so I would say most of our clients do use the model themselves. They have a team that takes many forms depending on the resources and staffing that they have. But generally, most of our clients will operate it in-house, and we are the software provider, and we provide extensive support in terms of advisement, but ultimately those clients are running the model themselves and doing the analyses themselves. We are, as part of my title, I do run our consulting practice. It's a smaller part of our business, but in certain cases, we are brought in as a third party by either sometimes clients who have the model themselves, sometimes clients who don't otherwise have a relationship with us to do a particular study. So there are instances of both, but I would say the vast majority, and certainly the type of client that this that might be studied here, we would generally have the model in-house and have a team running it with our support from the outside.
Would that team in-house be comparable? I'm not sure if you're familiar with our LBA organization, our legislative budget. Would they be? I don't know if that is the kind of team that you're envisioning, or is it something that we are not familiar with in our current makeup?
To the best of my understanding, perhaps Representative Valmy could speak a little bit more to this, but I would say I don't think it would be. I think it would be a fairly standard, team. That is, often a nonpartisan team that is just being asked to consider bills, and kind of offering an even-handed analysis.
Is it? And I don't mean to monopolize this. If anybody else has questions here, is this? I guess my question would be, you've seen various legislatures around the country. Is it a process that the types of bills that come up, and you've listed several that you've worked in different places, I guess it does justify an entire in-house group rather than contracting with someone using your model on specific projects. Is that right?
I would say generally yes, because especially it offers more flexibility. For example, during a session, if issues are coming up, and in certain cases you want to be able to turn around an analysis fairly quickly, but also there may be a wide variety of issues over the course of a year that you would want to be looked at, and hiring a firm such as ourselves or a comparable firm to work individually on each of those analyses, is likely to be less cost feasible, and may offer a little bit less flexibility than having an in-house team.
Anyone? Yes, Representative Pearson.
Trying to wrap my brain around.
We are but humble men.
Because and give me a little preface here before the question, because I've got to frame this so I can understand this right. With having clients and what I'm seeing here with the testimony, Utah, Massachusetts, Arkansas, as examples. Massachusetts has a state debt of $77 billion. Arkansas's state debt has tripled since 2000. Utah's local debt is $17 billion. Are these governmental agencies not using what you're offering them correctly, or is what you're offering them not working? Because I'm not seeing how, if this is a model that is going to take into factors, but look at an economic holistic view, right? How the states that are using this are going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into debt. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. So are they ignoring what you're doing? Is it they're not using it broadly enough? I mean, how is this relationship functioning with what you're doing to actually being successful? Because in those 3 states, they're going the wrong way.
Sure, thank you. So I would a couple of responses. One is, we work with clients in the vast majority of states, so those are 3, but we work with clients across the board. I would say also, modeling is, we also have to be humble as modelers. We cannot predict the future. We're just doing our best to understand what are the most probable outcomes. So that is not to say that every analysis that's done by any modeler is going to be totally accurate. There may be deficiencies, but we are, in terms of what we offer, the model is, as Representative Almy mentioned, it's been developed over many years based on kind of peer-reviewed academic literature. It's been looked at. No model is perfect. We stand behind it. I think, also I'll say, we're asked to look, the model is being asked, whether it's us or the teams at the various clients. They're looking at particular issues. It may be worth looking at kind of wider issues as well, because certainly, the issues you point to are of concern. Maybe, but the purviews maybe haven't allowed them to look at those issues.
Sure. Not along the same lines, though. I mean, as far as I can see, it's the relative debt of the individual states. Thank you. May have completely nothing to do with their
That's
work.
where I was going with my next question.
So it's not entirely fair to the accusatory tone. All we're trying to do is find out whether this is something that we should take to the next level and study here. That's all we're trying to do.
So my other
follow-up.
question that you didn't answer was, are you finding that when you are providing your services that these government, because ultimately you don't make the decisions, right? The legislatures, those bodies make the decision. You're a tool that's used
Yes.
in part of that process. Are you finding that they're ignoring or not doing what you're offering properly? Is that a common problem for you guys, or is this something where when you come in and you do what you're projected to do, that's embraced by the clients or the states that bring you in to do what you do? You see what I'm getting at?
Yes. I would say we offer our clients our counsel on best practices, and we make sure that they're trained and aware. When we are brought in to work on a particular project, we will always follow those best practices. But ultimately, as you said, we are a tool. I cannot speak to whether our clients are following or not following our guidance. I would be speaking out of turn. I don't really know. To the best of our knowledge, we feel that we offer good advice and that our clients are receptive, but that may not always happen. But it's hard to know. I can't speak to that.
If I may, each state operates a bit differently. So sometimes when they're asked to do a dynamic fiscal note, some states will say it needs to have a static fiscal impact one way or the other, positive or negative, of 10 million. Some states may say 50 million, 100 million. So they're not necessarily running the analysis on every single piece of legislation, it needs to be typically a significant enough piece of legislation, or sometimes through audit committees associated with the legislature, they may go back on like a biannual basis and review recent incentive programs. And so, yes, it is a tool to inform policymakers, but not every piece of legislation, current nor past, may be evaluated. Thank you.
Hey, Representative Walls, you have a question?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimonies. Just a quick question. We heard previously that it helps to take a second look at what our LBAO is doing. Are you looking to complement the work they do, add to what they're doing, or what? How would this go along with what we're already doing?
Yeah, I would say I would be more comfortable deferring that to Representative Almy. Just I don't want to speak on her behalf in terms of the vision, but what I can say is that a tool like ours would be useful for whatever work is being done in this realm. But I wouldn't want to step on any toes.
Very nicely said. Representative Nutting Wong.
So after listening to Pearson, I was Representative Pearson, I was thinking what's like kind of confusing me right now, I guess. I don't really know where I'm going with this. I would love to have like a model of like what we do now and what would happen if we chose your model. Is that kind of what you do right now? Or that's what you're offering? If it was money.
Just so I understand, I think what we're talking about is rather than our static view of the snapshot of where we are now for big items, when we're talking about them through Ways and Means and Finance, this is a more longer term model. I hate to use the word model, but this is evaluating it over a longer period of time rather than the snapshot.
Okay, I was thinking of different variables.
And so while it might be, I think, through our, Representative Almy would probably be much better to answer this, but while it's maybe connected to what LBA does on a static basis with our fiscal notes, this would be much more extensive. If it was that we had this service in-house. Where I'm headed is whether there is a middle ground that isn't a full-time operation that does longitudinal studies, but also not static. If there are projects that we would have that would be able to be used and hire subcontract someone out to study this particular bill, this particular thing, then have an in-house 24/7 service to use. And maybe that's what Representative Almy is intending to be one of the topics of conversation from this study commission. I think that's how I'm wrapping my head around this. Further questions? Do you have any comment, I guess, on what I just said? Does that seem fair?
Yes, it does seem fair.
Are there other firms like yours that have, or how many other firms are there that have their own model that would be utilized by, that could be sitting here if Rep. Almy had contacted them? How many, what's the world like for you as competition?
So I would say, and I welcome, kind of that to be a topic of inquiry. I would say in our specific area, it's quite limited. There are other firms that do economic and fiscal impact analysis. There are a number of them that are also kind of the static variety, where you're getting more of a snapshot. I'm not aware of kind of a perfect substitute for what we offer in terms of dynamic fiscal analysis. but there are other firms who work in this space generally.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? I think I interrupted your talk. Are there other items you'd like us to be aware of before?
I think I was just about to wrap up anyway. I'll just say, in terms of kind of the in-house versus bringing in hiring, I would say both obviously both are done. We see both done. I think it's just a matter of what you feel the frequency is of needing that kind of analysis. If it needs to be fairly on a regular basis, then I would say having an in-house team is preferable. If it's every once in a while, then bringing in a firm such as Remy or a comparable firm would, I think, be just fine as well. I think that would work well. So, but it does. I think it sounds like your understanding is good of the next steps here, and I would imagine that would be a discussion for the committee.
Thank you. Any other points? No, from the other side of the table? No.
Well, thank you. I think your understanding is sound and consistent with what we have in mind.
Great. Well, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it very much, and I'm sorry for the wait.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Do you have a preference? I forget who you said. Who? Doug Hall?
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Could you please introduce yourself and welcome to
Yes,
Legislative
Mr. Chairman,
Administration?
thank you. And yes, I'll introduce myself because I'm here to strongly support this bill the way it's written, to set up a commission. I was a member of this House in the late 80s and early 90s. I served 4 terms, 3 terms on the House Finance Committee. When I decided not to run again, the committee at my retirement party gave me literally a 100-year-old crystal ball that had been used in many seances, because what I had been doing in that committee was trying to focus on the future and what the heck is this decision we're going to make in finance here going to mean 4 years down the line, 6 years down the line.
I'm going to look into the future, and you're going to describe who you are and why you're here. Who you are right now would be good.
Yes, Douglas Hall. I live in Chichester. I'm just here representing myself because of my prior experience, part of which I described. Also, when I left the legislature, the Speaker and the Senate President offered me the job as the legislative budget assistant, and I turned that down. And at some point, if this commission is set up, I'd like to talk to them about why I turned that down, because there are certain positives and certain negatives about having any kind of future forecasting being done in the legislative branch of government. Unfortunately, the way New Hampshire does long-term planning is with a 2-year time horizon. That's long-term. Sometimes it's even shorter than that. And that's because of the election cycle for every state elected official. And in reality, we should be planning much longer ahead than that and know what different policy alternatives might mean. Walter Peterson, when he was governor, set up a process to do a 10-year plan. It didn't last after his term. When I was in the House, legislation passed that required a state development plan, economic plan. And that plan was done in 1988, 1990, 1992, 94, 96, 1998, and 2000. RSA 9A requires this plan. It has not been done since the year 2000. I contacted the people in the department who were responsible for it. They said there were efforts in 2003, 2007, and 2011 which didn't proceed due to the lack of funding and buy-in from the governor's office at the time. This is where we are with any kind of planning in New Hampshire. And if this commission is set up and all you're being asked to do is set up the commission so that then some real discussion could happen about where should this commission be, what should be its charge. I would love to talk to that commission about some of the things that I know that would be helpful to them in coming up with legislation for a subsequent time to deal with this. And so that's essentially all I want to say. I think it's really important to set up this commission. And if you do that, if it passes through your committee, through the House, into the Senate, and becomes law, I will be there to talk to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Willing to take questions?
Yes.
Yes. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say you perfectly put, because I think the commission will find out, is it something we need? Is it something internal? Is it something external that we can use? So I think you got to do the commission or the study to find this out.
It sounds like a would you believe.
I would believe that, and I would mention that that there's the Fiscal Policy Institute, and you'll hear from them. There's the Carsey School at UNH that does good demographic work. I'm not here to support any particular contractor or any particular way of doing it. I'm just here to support the idea we need the commission in order to try to do something about long-range planning in this state.
Mr. Hall, can I ask your opinion then on the makeup of the commission?
I'd leave that to Representative Almy. You know, if it's going to be in the legislature in the end, then you do need to have legislators as part of that commission. But there are other possibilities, and I think there's some arrangement for that within the membership that's been specified. But I would leave that up to Representative Almy as the sponsor to suggest any changes to what's already in there. I'm fine with it, however the membership is.
Okay. How about the duration? Are you okay with the idea that they would be able to issue their final report by November 15th of 2024?
Yes, it shouldn't take very long. I would have to say, if they meet once a month and it doesn't get passed until June, well, maybe not. But if you set the deadline in November, that's fine. Then maybe they have to meet every 2 weeks in order to get the work done. So I'm fine with the deadline, but if they don't actually get together very much, they're not going to make the deadline.
Thank you. Appreciate your help. Last but not least, I've got the Philip part. If you could, if you could introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. I have NHEPI.
Should be at my colleagues for the handwriting. Could I hand out written copies?
Please, yes.
I'm not going to read all of this, so don't worry. As you're seeing,
You'll be alone.
2.5 page text, but I want to give you a summary of it.
Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Phil Sletton. I'm the research director at the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. NHFPI is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, independent policy research organization based right here in Concord. We examine the state budget, state revenue, the state economy, and the economic security of Granite Staters. We don't have any positions on pending legislation, so we don't lobby. I'm not here to provide anything more than informational testimony. What I wanted to provide you with today is a very high-level summary of the publicly available research on state revenue estimates and estimating methodologies that other states use. A lot of the in-depth research, a lot of the academic research and literature around the revenue estimating methods of states actually was conducted in the wake of the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009, when a lot of states had trouble estimating revenues through that time period, and New Hampshire was one of them, because it's a difficult, dynamic economic environment, and it's common that it's difficult for states to estimate revenue in those. So a lot of the existing research focuses on that time period and on processes associated with revenue estimation. Revenue estimating processes do vary considerably by state. Forecasts might be produced by the executive branch, the legislative branch, a combination of both, or groups of academics or economic consultants may be called in to produce revenue estimates. Some more recent data that we have, which was actually from the National Association of State Budget Officers, they surveyed states in 2021. 28 states used what was called a consensus forecasting method, which is creating binding estimates that are produced by a group of legislative and executive branch officials, sometimes including outside economists and other experts as well. That was 28 states. 12 states, including New Hampshire, had competing forecasts from the executive and legislative branches, and then 10 states gave sole responsibility for forecasting revenue to the executive branch. And in that same survey, 18 states reported having a Council of Economic Advisors of some form. So New Hampshire was not one of those states. And there were 40 states, including New Hampshire, where the Executive Branch Budget Office provided revenue estimates. In New Hampshire, the corollary to this would be the Budget Office of the Department of Administrative Services and the revenue estimates that come from the Department of Revenue Administration that the House Ways and Means Committee and Senate Ways and Means Committees look at, as well as the other agencies that collect revenues, whether that's the Insurance Department, the Lottery Commission, etc. 37 states, not including New Hampshire, had the budget office play a role in economic analysis, so performing some form of economic forecasting. That was in 37 states. 19 states, also not including New Hampshire, had a budget office that assisted with demographic analysis. And older survey data from 2008, so unfortunately this is quite a bit older, but does provide a little bit more depth, does give us some insights into the technical methodologies that those states used. So 27 states of 40 that responded to this question reported using a simple trend line analysis for revenue forecasting. That included New Hampshire in 2008. 27 states, not including New Hampshire, used time series modeling. 32 states used linear regression modeling. 16 states used a simulation, and 14 used a private consultant. And New Hampshire is only included in the 27 states that used the simple trend line analysis. A 2011 literature review indicated that at the time there was not a single method of estimating revenue that was considered superior from the others. So the method, the research was a little agnostic on the method, at least at that time. But the research also suggested that while consensus revenue estimating methods were not necessarily better, combining revenue estimates were. So producing multiple sets of revenue estimates and having many different viewpoints that then led to a combined set of revenue estimates, that was a valuable method. So on the third page of the packet that I just handed out to you with my testimony, one of the pieces of analysis that I wanted to provide to you today is how have our revenue estimates done? So since state fiscal year 2000, from state fiscal year 2000 to 2023, our estimates were about $75 million low each year. And that's about 3% low each year. The absolute value of the error, so that averages, the pluses and the minuses are average out. If you look at the absolute value of the error, the magnitude of the error was about $124.7 million each year, or 5.1% error. So again, not massive. We're not talking 15 or 20% error, but a 5% error. If we remove the last 4 years out of the average error, because it's been very difficult to forecast, if you look on the graph, you'll see that it's been very difficult to forecast revenues since the pandemic struck. If we remove those 4 years, then the average error is 31.1 million, or 1.5%, and the absolute error is 80 million, or 3.6%. Now, that 75 million does not necessarily represent the entire state budget impact. It may, sound small in the grand scheme of the general and education trust funds, but and in the scheme of a $6 billion a year state budget, or now $7 billion a year state budget. But those general funds can also be used to match Medicaid dollars, for example. So there's an impact that goes beyond just the amount of revenue projection that was in error, so to speak. So, if those dollars were used to match with Medicaid, then it would double the amount of federal dollars, double the amount of dollars that come into the state budget because of those federal matching funds. So with that, I'm happy to not pull any more from this document that I gave you, but this document's also online on our website at nhfpi.org, and I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you for your concise testimony. Anyone have applicable questions? I think we're all at the end of the day here.
I appreciate your time.
No, as questions come up, I'm assuming that we can reach you either through Representative Almy or directly.
Yes, you can reach me directly. My contact information is on the last page at the bottom of the page on the packet that I just provided.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Almy, you would like a wrap up? A quick wrap up? Emphasis on the quick part?
Yes, well, actually, it wasn't a wrap up. I
Okay.
wanted to point out that state debt is our bonding, and and the way to look at that debt is the relationship between the amount of debt and the amount of revenue that we have to pay it off.
Right.
But it's long-term debt that is put into building the infrastructure of the state. And I was a little upset because I know the senior senator from Utah through NCSL, who is incredibly well respected in the financial area because they do such a great job of this. Massachusetts, I won't talk about. But
I have one more question for you, if you wouldn't mind. With your experience of the bills that come through this sausage factory in a term, what percentage or how many would be likely to be benefit from a longitudinal study?
that would be a very subjective thing, I think.
That's what I'm asking.
That's why we've got for the performance audits, which is the word I was kind of pull out of my brain before. We've got a group of people that make decisions on whether one should be done or not, and why I think that it should be a group that has to decide with 4 people on each side to which of the projects that ought to be looked at. And it would also be limited by, we're talking about, at this point, one person. There is one person in employment security that is working with this. And I think he may have a little help on some stuff. I'm not sure, but I do know that he doesn't, if he isn't there to answer the phone in his office, it's not answered. So we would be depending in the early days, we would have to find the right person to be doing this. I would love it if Brian Gottlob would move over, but I'm not sure how many more years he wants to be in service.
All right. Well,
so-
if we don't have an idea of how big a problem this is, or
Well, you could-
opportunity,
yeah.
what
We
I
could
would be
expand it to be twice the size of LBAO if we wanted to, but I don't think that's a New Hampshire idea.
I don't think so. All right. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. With that, I'll close the hearing on this bill 1219. We are meeting next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. Digest all of this because we have votes next week. For the Republicans, we will probably be caucusing prior to that. so that we can get a better idea. So watch your emails. Yeah, executive session is in the afternoon. Hearings in the morning. Thanks very much. Any other problems, questions, comments that need to be? No? Good. Thank you very much.